All right, everybody, we are live. Welcome to the Bitcoin is for Everyone all-day telethon live stream. I'm here with Brady. I'm here with Tomer Strolite, and I'm here with Becky Malobo from South Africa, one of many guests today. Welcome, everybody. How you doing, gentlemen?
Stoked for this.
Well, thanks.
Doing great.
Well.
We've been planning this for a while. We've had this campaign in the works. We're super excited about it. I know we've got a lot of people in the chat and a lot of people in our Telegram group who are excited, and we want to thank you all for helping and being so excited about this with us. It's a big day for Bitcoin. As many of you know, El Salvador has made Bitcoin legal tender, so everyone's excited about that. We're just here. We're here to show that Bitcoin is for everyone all around the world. Brady, we've got a lot to get through. Where should we start?
Yeah, I just want to start by talking about the campaign and the purpose behind it. And I think it's important for us to understand that Bitcoin is a global phenomenon, a global movement at this point. And it's grown well beyond what it was in its early days. It's grown well beyond just investment speculation for tech bros and the Western, elites or privileged people. Bitcoin's being used by people all around the world for all kinds of things. And we wanted to create this campaign to meet a Bitcoiner, at least one Bitcoiner, in every country on the planet. And I think we can do it. I know this community can make it happen. We can use Twitter, all of our connections. I think if we go second, third order connections between everybody here on Twitter, I think we can make this happen. And I'm excited to watch it unfold. We've got a landing page at swanbitcoin.com /Bitcoin is for everyone. You can go there and follow along. Let's take a look at that real quick, Bricky. Here, you got it.
1 second.
All right.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah, you want to scroll down on it for us? It's empty right now, but we have, going to be keeping track of the countries from which we have found Bitcoiners. The way that you can participate and say, hey, I'm a Bitcoiner from wherever, is simply to tweet a selfie, and you don't have to show your face. Just put something over your face if you want, hot knot mask or something else that's cool, and show us your country. Go outside, show us some of the landscape, the foliage, some mountains, a landmark, a marketplace, something that's interesting about your country, and post that to Twitter. Hashtag Bitcoin is for everyone. Hashtag your country, and we'll find it. We've got a script that's scouring Twitter for those posts, and we'll automatically pull it into our landing page here, and we'll update as people post to Bitcoin is for Everyone tweets. We'll update the map and the count, the country count, etc. So it's going to be really fun. You'll see tweets that we'll bring in and publish on that page as well to kind of aggregate them.
And the goal also is to fill the map with orange. So we've got one country there so far, but as we keep adding them, the whole map is going to fill orange. We've got a whole country list. We've got all these countries to get through. So if you know someone in these countries, please reach out, get them on board with the campaign. I don't know if we'll get Antarctica, but I'm hoping we do. Maybe there's a Bitcoiner down there we don't know about.
I'm sure there is. We'll find them. If not, then it's going to be our job. It's going to be our job to orange pill them and get them on board.
I love it. Why don't we made a nice campaign video to kind of encapsulate the emotions and the feelings of what we're trying to accomplish here. Why don't we give that a share, and then we can talk a bit more about the campaign.
That's
all right. Bitcoin is for everyone.
Bitcoin es para todos.
Bitcoin este pentru toată lumea.
البيتكوين لكل الناس.
Bitcoin सबके लिए है.
To Bitcoin yine ya olmuş.
Bitcoin herkes içindir.
비트코인은 모두를 위한 것입니다.
Bitcoin é mundo.
Bitcoin é por tout le monde.
Bitcoin واسه همه ما هست.
Bitcoin وگوایلو وافی.
比特币适合所有人。
Bitcoin ist für jedermann.
Bitcoin é para todos.
Bitcoin הוא לכולם.
Bitcoin या for wonke umuntu.
Bitcoin सगळ्यांसाठी आहे.
Bitcoin 係俾所有人。
Bitcoin is para todos.
Bitcoin よ、すべての人に。
Bitcoin is za swakoga.
Ang Bitcoin ay para sa lahat. Bitcoin सबके लिए
Bitcoin è per tutti.
Bitcoin всегда è.
Биткоин – это для всех.
Bitcoin hunbur царёшепцем.
Bitcoin for Allah.
Doesn't matter where you're from. Bitcoin is for everyone. Join the campaign to meet a Bitcoiner in every country. Simply tweet a selfie showcasing your country and include a hashtag with the name of your country and hashtag Bitcoin is for everyone.
All right, and we're back. When editing that video, I think I've watched it so many times now that I might have actually memorized how to say Bitcoin is for everyone in all of those languages, but don't ask me for all of them. I don't think I can. Maybe I can do it. Well, we hope you like that. We had a lot of people participate. I think there's 28 languages in there. I know there's obviously more languages out there in the world, but we had to cut it a little bit short. But thank you again to everybody who sent in their videos and lent us their voices. I had a lot of fun putting that together, and we've gotten some great feedback on it. Brady, we haven't officially launched this yet.
Ready to launch this thing?
I think so. We've had it on the back burner for a while. Not on the back burner, on the front burner. But I think the world needs to know about it. The war.
Let's do it.
All right, everybody. We are going to launch this right now. And as I delay for time, by right now, I mean right now. We are live. Wait, the tweets are going through. So if you're watching, give it a second. We got to delay a few more minutes. It's uploading. Come on, I pay for this gig internet. Come on, internet. Do your thing. Almost there. And we are now live. If you go to the Swan Bitcoin Twitter account, you will see the Twitter thread. Please go participate. Put out a hashtag, put out a selfie along with the hashtag Bitcoin is for everyone and a hashtag for your country. So if you're from South Africa, it would be hashtag South Africa. And remember, Bitcoin is always NIM friendly, so you don't have to actually show your face if you don't want to. Put on a hodl not mask, tweet out a photo of a landmark of where you're from, and let's show the world that Bitcoin is for everyone. Hold on, I'm going to go retweet this.
We're live. Yeah, I think I will as well here.
This is exciting. I hope I didn't do any typos. If I did, too late.
We're all tweeting.
So Becky, welcome to the live stream again. I know you and Brady go way back. I'd love to hear about your Bitcoin journey, how you know Citizen Bitcoin, and what it's like being a South African Bitcoiner. If you want to share your tale.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Becky and Brady and Tomer. And do enjoy talking about Bitcoin. Largely because my journey to Bitcoin was, I would say, very interesting. My journey to basically understanding, or rather favoring Bitcoin, just came from my first economic class when I was still in high school in the 10th grade by a gold bug. This gold bug was crazier than Max Kaiser. Everything was gold. And I love Max Kaiser, and I love this particular teacher that told me at basic economics why we need sound money and so forth. So from there on, just really reading sound economics, because I would like to understand how this world works through sound economics. So that's what primarily led me to Bitcoin. But the real key takeaway that Bitcoin basically solved for me is securing private property, right? And I think it's very important that I highlight that, because in a country like South Africa, where the South African government is fundamentally trying to weaken people's property rights in the country by such things as expropriation of property without compensation, which is a bill that tends to nationalize essentially all land in the country. Now, the thing about Bitcoin, not just land, by the way, land, property could be your land, your household, as well as your savings. That's the type of insanity that we have in my country at the moment. the thing about Bitcoin that I love so much is that if they don't have my private key, then there's nothing they can do with my retirement funds, my savings, and so forth. And those are the key funds that my state is trying to plug into and trying to steal from people because they are running out of money. They're heavily indebted and so forth. So that's like my major, I would say, key takeaway for Bitcoin. How I came on to Citizen Bitcoin was that I featured on a documentary, which came out about 2 years ago. I think it's also on Amazon Prime, called the Bitcoin Revolution in Africa. So you can find that on Amazon. I was like a lot more outspoken then. I'm a lot more quiet now, but I was like a radical there. I was like, Bitcoin this, Bitcoin that. I still am to a large extent, but I've matured. So yeah, a lot of people reached out to me then, just asking like my side of the story. Radio was one of them, and thanks for having me on, Radio. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it was a really good episode. A lot of fun to talk.
Yeah, it was, and I also appeared on the Bitcoin Rabbit Hole, which was also cool. So yeah, that's basically it.
It's really interesting, man, because you come from a country that is, no stranger to inflation. Like the rand has had its ups and downs, and maybe it's not as bad as it is in some other places, but it's still, governments are going to government, and the temptation to print more money is just, it's too real. So I'm glad you found Bitcoin.
On that point, if I may add, so like what you mentioned, I'm not sure if you saw, I think it was exactly a month ago, actually, where you saw a lot of riots, looting occurring here in South Africa. That was largely read as a response to the jailing of the former president, Jacob Zuma. Really, that was not it. Jacob Zuma was really like the spark of it, largely because a lot of South Africans are predominantly poor, and that came off like high increases in food prices. Certain food items increased by like 30%, basic necessities. So there was an increase in inflation, but not only that, but a lot of people lost their jobs last year because of the lockdowns. I mean, we added like 1.6 million people to unemployment, people that are unemployed. So there's a lot of desperation that led to those riots and so forth. And like, of course, South Africa's inflation is not like as hectic as, for example, Venezuela or Zimbabwe. But it does appear that the way things are heading would point towards that direction if things don't take a U-turn.
Yeah. I love the story that was in that short documentary about Bitcoin in Africa. And that we talked about on that episode about you in your economics class. Can you give us that story?
Yeah. So this was in the 10th grade for a solid week. I think it was my first economic class. And I'll name this teacher because this teacher has been fundamental in my understanding. His name is Willie van Donde, very Afrikaans chap. And in this 1 week, he taught us central banking. I thought it was a very weird idea that you would have a central entity that would issue money and control the money supply and would tend to increase the money supply every year and lower interest rates to stimulate the economy. I found that idea quite weird, that it didn't really gel with me. And then he explained that it doesn't necessarily have to be this way, like we don't need central banks. In fact, they actually cause more harm than good. This is what the Austrians say, for example, as well, when it comes to business cycles. And so for that whole week, I think from Monday until Friday, he was teaching us the origins of money, how money came into being. The common narrative before then was that I thought money was just whatever the state determined it to be, right? Whatever the state determined it to be legal tender. Whereas if you actually look at the history of money, it was actually born out of the free exchange of people, free markets, in other words. And what was predominantly adopted as money was the hardest form of money, something that maintained value over time, was easily carried and exchangeable and divided and so forth. And yeah, that just lit a spark in my mind. I questioned everything from that point on. And then they snitched on him. It wasn't prescribed in the textbook. What he was teaching us was not, the textbook was basically Keynesian economics. It never really delved much into the origins of money. It never really questioned central banks, as well as the consequences of central banks and whatnot. And yeah, some of the students felt uncomfortable with that because they're looking at the course material and they're saying, well, this is not what you're teaching us. And then they reported him, and unfortunately he stopped the following week. But I went up to him and I just said, yo, you opened my mind you opened the door in my mind that I'd like to explore further, can you please refer me to some reading material? And the reading material that he referred me to was a bunch of videos. Mike Malone, Gold and Silver, that was the one, but predominantly it was largely Mary Rothbard, Ludwig von Mises. So a lot of Austrian material that I read from that point on. And it was just really delve deeping into the Austrian school, basically, from that point on. And just knowing that what we're being taught in economics, Keynesian economics, now called MMT, but there's no difference between the two.
Mm-hmm. They just keep rebranding it.
Yeah, they just keep rebranding it. It's basically nonsense. It doesn't make sense none whatsoever.
Hey Becky, can I ask what's the South African Bitcoin community like? Are you plugged in with them? Is there?
Yeah, so I am plugged in with them. So we do have a Telegram channel, and I'll give a shout out to Bitcoin Czar if he's watching this from Cape Town. Dude, you're amazing. Yeah, so there's a strong Bitcoin community. I haven't been quite hectically involved over the past 18 months, predominantly because of lockdown, predominantly because I got hectically busy with other stuff, but I do follow it, I do read and so forth, chat and follow it through. So there's a Bitcoin community here in South Africa. And the reason why I gave a shout out to Bitcoin Czar is that he's from my eyes, the one leading in terms of educational material. He runs a website, bitcoinczar.co.za, just teaching you what Bitcoin is, how to buy Bitcoin. Don't leave your coins on an exchange, which was the lesson learned in 2017, 2018, when a lot of exchanges were getting hacked and so forth. So he's been very fundamental in me learning how to acquire Bitcoin, how does it work, and also teaching South Africans how it works. So there's a strong Bitcoin community. Also, from an institutional level, I'd also like to give a shout out to Chris Becker from Investec, which is an investment bank here in South Africa. He is, he's one of the guys also contributing to I just noticed this right now, Brecky, but there's a girl behind you.
This background is a video I took in when I was in El Salvador.
Yeah.
I
see.
She was someone who was with us on the trip. So.
Oh, okay. sorry, I got distracted.
Maybe it's too distracting. I'll change it up.
Yeah, but basically what I'm saying is there's a strong community of Bitcoiners here in South Africa. Some people that are really sound in their way of thinking. That writes a lot of educational material. JC Bort is another example. Bitcoin JC is another one. So there is a strong community there.
I love to hear that. It's always important, I think, that we foster these local communities and meetups and things like that. That's how Bitcoin kind of first got its start. And I've been noticing there's a resurgence of meetups now, and they're really thriving. So it's really encouraging to see. Becky, thank you for sharing. Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, am I talking too much, Jen?
No.
Yeah, so the interesting thing that I would say here in South Africa is that every time, I'm sure this is also reflective in other countries, every time you see this increase in Bitcoin price, you see an increase in a lot of people being interested. And of course, once the price declines, that sort of fizzles out. But each stage, there's more people getting interested, more people getting interested, and so forth. So that's what I do notice. Yeah.
100%. That was awesome. Thank you for sharing that, man. We've got Tomer with us, and Tomer wrote a really beautiful piece about this whole idea that Bitcoin is for everyone. And I'm thinking maybe we should have him do a live read. Brady, what do you say? Tomer, are you up for it?
I'm ready. I'm game.
Of course.
I've already heard this once and teared up a little bit and then applauded at the end. So it's a good one.
I love it. All right. Tomer, we're going to full screen you, I think. I'm not sure how. How do we do this?
Maybe just hide yourself. I don't know.
Let's see if that worked. 1 second.
I think we spotlight like that.
Oh, yes. I see something appear on my screen that says my video has been spotlighted. I don't know what's visible on the other side because
it is. It looks
delay.
Good.
All right.
Your full screen. Will you introduce the piece to us and then give us the read?
Yeah. Brady asked me to write this piece. He said, Tomer, will you write a piece called Bitcoin is for Everyone? And I replied and I said, oh, it's too easy. Give me something harder to do. I wrote something very quick that night, and Brady looked, and Brady had said, I want you to make it poetic. And so I wrote a poem, and Brady came back and said, I didn't really mean a poem. I meant something poetic and powerful like some of your other pieces. And I said, okay, no problem. I'll get to do it. And I thought it would be easy. And it turned out to be really hard because the topic, Bitcoin is for everyone, is actually a really serious topic. Bitcoin isn't for everyone because for the same reason that elastic bands are for everybody, and anyone can use them for anything. It's got a very serious application, and when you get into what its application is and why it's special that it's for everyone, you end up touching on a lot of really serious issues in the world. And so this turned out to be a hard piece to write, not because it was hard to describe it, but because I had to go to a lot of emotionally hard places in recognizing what different people in the world deal with and how Bitcoin is for them. And whoever's listening, Bitcoin, there's something in here for you, because Bitcoin really is for everyone, and it helps everybody out in different ways. And I'm trying to span everyone everywhere, and you'll see even beyond just everyone everywhere in this piece. So it was an effort of it was an emotional effort to write this piece, but I'm really happy with how it turned out. So I guess with that introduction, I'll just dive into reading it because I see I'm the only one on the screen. So this article is called Bitcoin is for Everyone. Who is Bitcoin for? Bitcoin is for you. Let's start with the most important person in the world, you. Wonderful, special you. Yes, you. Whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you've done, or whatever you haven't, none of that matters. You can use Bitcoin if you want. You are welcome. Bitcoin welcomes you to use it. Just wait all the things you can use it for. But Bitcoin isn't only for you. Bitcoin treats everyone the same. So it's also for anyone else, whoever they are, whatever they've done, whatever they haven't. It doesn't matter. They can use Bitcoin if they want. Bitcoin is for everyone. Each and every one, every single person. There are absolutely no restrictions on who can use it. Bitcoin doesn't require government identification or that you open an account. You don't need permission from your parents or a university degree. Bitcoin doesn't need to see a note from your doctor or your credit score or proof of where you were born or an invitation code. Nobody needs a license to use it or anyone to vouch for them or anyone else's permission at all. This is partly why Bitcoin is so important. Bitcoin is for everyone, even the people who don't have government ID or parents or a university degree or a doctor or good credit or proof of where they were born or anybody else in this world to vouch for them. So Bitcoin is for people who have wealth, and it's also for the poor. It's for the people who live in the richest countries on earth, and it's also for the people who live in the poorest ones. It's even for people living where there isn't any functioning country at all. Bitcoin is for people with lots of friends, but it's also for the lonely. It's for those with formal education and those who have to live by their wits alone. It's for those with nice homes and cars and those with no shoes on their feet. Bitcoin is for everyone. Bitcoin can be used anywhere. There's no place Bitcoin can't be used. Bitcoin itself is not in any one place. It is anywhere its users are. It has no location, no center, no headquarters. So Bitcoin can be used by a street food vendor, whether they're in Manhattan or El Salvador. It's for the roadside fruit stand in the Caribbean, in Lebanon, and in Nigeria. It's for the refugees, dissidents, and reluctant emigrants from places like Venezuela, Syria, Argentina, or Hong Kong. People who must leave behind everything else they have to find a new place to live. Bitcoin is for the people who depend on relatives working abroad to send wages back home in countries such as the Philippines, India, China, Egypt, and Mexico. There are so many people all over the world without access to reliable money, without access to a financial system. Bitcoin can be used by every one of them wherever they are. So Bitcoin can be received by any wheat farmer anywhere in the world, from any nearby miller, who will grind that wheat into flour and sell it to a local baker who will make it into bread to sell it to a neighboring family who can then be nourished to do whatever it is that they do, which may be something that the wheat farmer may buy from them using the Bitcoin he received for his wheat. Anywhere, everywhere, by anyone, over and over again. Bitcoin can be used for almost anything. Whatever the profession, whatever the activity, Bitcoin can be used for almost anything. Almost. What Bitcoin can't be used for is what makes Bitcoin for everyone. Yes, Bitcoin can be used for everything involved in making bread, or shoes, or factories, or hydroelectric generators. You may then ask, can't Bitcoin also be used for something bad? Well, Bitcoin can be used for alcohol where that is illegal, and cannabis where that is illegal, and guns where those are illegal, and fireworks, books, Bibles, and more where they are illegal. But so can any money. Bitcoin has only been around since the year 2009, and people bought and sold illegal things before we even began counting those 2009 years. But remember, Bitcoin treats everyone the same. Bitcoin gives no one any special treatment. This is what makes Bitcoin different from other money. What makes Bitcoin special is that Bitcoin can't be used to help some people get away with something at the expense of others. The very first Bitcoin transaction ever, in the very first block of Bitcoin ever, which will forever remain a part of Bitcoin, has an embedded message inside of it that says, quote, "Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks," close quote. What is the significance of this? What is a bailout? Well, in the case of banks, a bailout is when, despite the fact that a bank has failed, that it has gone bankrupt, that it has lost money, it has happened because it has made negligent and irresponsible decisions, despite all this, the bank receives a grant of free money to prevent it facing the consequences of its mistakes, and that its executives, officers, and shareholders will not pay a price for their mistakes. That's a bailout. Now, if this were to happen once and only once, a bank might learn its lesson. You're getting a second chance. Don't be careless or negligent ever again. But when this happens a second time, there is a very different lesson. That lesson is, be as careless as you'd like, because you won't ever have to pay for your mistakes. But you can get to keep the rewards of your risky bets if they do pay off. Who does pay for these mistakes? It isn't nobody. It's everyone else. Everyone. The farmer, the foreign worker, the factory worker, and the teacher. It's even the 6-year-old who will enter the workforce only 20 years later with a debt burden to pay off because the banks got bailed out when she was only a child. When people who take careless risks don't have to pay for them, they stop taking care to not take careless risks. In fact, they are rewarded for taking careless risks. This, sadly, is the world we are living in today. A world where banks lend recklessly, governments spend irresponsibly, and debt mounts exponentially. A world where those who rack up the debt not in the millions of dollars, not in the billions of dollars, but in the trillions of dollars, do not pay it back. They have no intention of paying it back. They make others pay it back, either directly or through inflation. In some places, this amounts to gradually increasing prices for food, clothing, and more. In many places, it means the later you are born, the less likely you are to be able to afford a house, or the greater financial burden it will be to pay for an education or to afford quality health care. In other places, it means a wheelbarrow full of money cannot buy a loaf of bread. This is the effect of bailouts and policies like them. Bitcoin can be used for almost anything, but it can't be used for bailouts, or for the many schemes like bailouts that go by many other names. And this is what makes Bitcoin truly for everyone. Bitcoin's money cannot be created by government decree. It cannot be printed by central banks. It cannot bail out the failed, reckless banks. It cannot be used to finance the debt of the recklessly spending governments. The supply of Bitcoins cannot be inflated. The rate of issuance cannot be accelerated. No government can enforce a law saying they shall have millions of Bitcoins or that the banks shall have them. And so, thanks to Bitcoin, the family who hold it for the sake of using it to buy bread is protected from the decisions made in some faraway capital city to bail out banks. National currencies are currencies made by those with the power to print money for those people who print that money at the expense of those who work for money. But Bitcoin is money made by unstoppable and unchangeable algorithms to serve everyone equally at nobody else's expense. That is why Bitcoin is for everyone. So while Bitcoin can be used for almost anything, it is what Bitcoin can't be used for that makes it special. It can't be used to force some people to pay for the mistakes of others. It can't be used to create a privileged class of financiers, bankers, and politicians who need not earn their money and who do not face the same consequences as others if they lose it. Bitcoin isn't just for the privileged. Bitcoin is for everyone. Finally, Bitcoin is for any time. Bitcoin lasts forever. Bitcoin doesn't tarnish. It doesn't rust. It doesn't dissolve. It doesn't decay. It doesn't dilute, evaporate, or inflate. It doesn't depend on the existence of any government. It doesn't need to be redeemed for anything else to prove its worth. Its value is that it is for everyone and that it always will be. Bitcoin is forever. You can save your Bitcoin for tomorrow, next week, next year, or until the end of your life, and you can pass it on to whoever you want to when your time comes. We said that Bitcoin is for everyone, and we really mean it. Bitcoin isn't just for you and everyone else alive on Earth right now. Bitcoin is also for everyone who has not yet been born. Bitcoin is for everyone to come. Whatever the politics of the Earth are generations from today, Bitcoin will still be there for whoever wants it. Nations will come and nations will go. Bitcoin does not rely on the continuation of any nation. But math and physics do not change. They stay the same forever. And these, math and physics, are all Bitcoin needs to be around forever. Let us recap then. Bitcoin is for everyone because Bitcoin is for anyone. Bitcoin is for everyone because Bitcoin can't be used to advantage some at the expense of others. And Bitcoin is forever, Iwan, because Bitcoin is forever. Bitcoin is for everyone. That is it.
That was beautiful, man. So many things like that just strikes home there in terms of the bailouts. That's something that South Africa constantly faces, where not necessarily from the financial aspect of it, but in terms of enterprises that are managed and controlled by the state that constantly get these bailouts.
Yeah.
And
It's it.
Yeah. and rack up our debt, we get an increase in taxation and so forth. Man, that was beautiful.
Yeah, thank you, Becky. And it was when I was hearing you talk earlier about the issues like the 30% increase in the price of food and all these things.
Yeah.
I knew it was coming, and I knew and this is why what I was saying when I wrote this piece, I had to stop. I couldn't just sit and write it all because it's so emotionally draining to realize what everybody in the world is going through. And it's people in countries like South Africa, it's people in countries like those I mentioned, it's people in Cuba, it's people in America, it's people in Canada, it's people in South America, it's people on every continent who are all victimized by these crimes, which pass off as not even being crimes, let alone as being victimless, right? And the distortion is we're told it's for our own good, right? When we are confronted with inflation, which occurs as a result of the privileged class helping themselves to more money without working for it, they tell us it's good for the economy. They tell us it's good for us. They tell us they're creating jobs, and it's and it's a lie that very few people still believe, and it's but it's not a lie we could do something about until we had Bitcoin, and now that we have Bitcoin, there's absolutely something we can do about it. And you said it. You said you're doing it. You are holding Bitcoin. And that's all you have to do to protect yourself from all of these incredibly powerful forces who rely on privilege and access to these entities called central banks. And there's so many entities involved. It's such a complicated bureaucracy. But what none of them can do with all of their bureaucrats and all of their lawyers and all of their economists and all of their bankers is create a single Bitcoin without working for it. And that's the whole corruption of the whole thing. The whole scheme is there are people who can create dollars or rand or whatever it is without doing any work, and they can help themselves to it. And their days are numbered, right? Like as criminals, or as money printers, because we just have to choose not to use it anymore.
100% agree. 100% agree. Yeah.
Hooray for Bitcoin.
Sorry?
That's a hooray for Bitcoin. And hooray for Satoshi.
Hooray for Bitcoin. Hooray for Bitcoin. Yeah. There's so many things to say about it, honestly. It's just the securing of freedom, honestly. Like you mentioned, like we're talking about the people really closest to that of the money printing. They're the ones that benefit at the expense of everyone in society. It's true everywhere. Yeah.
Well, that was a fun read for me, getting it off my chest. I really do sometimes. I enjoy being able to share my work with other people.
You could feel the emotion there, man. I could hear the tears that you were holding back, and I was trying to hold them back too. It's
like I said, like I had to stop writing this piece at there's a couple of those areas, and maybe there's even stuff that didn't make it off that ended up on the cutting room floor, where I was like, wow, this is so serious what's happening in the world right now, and it's so serious and so good what Bitcoin is doing for the world. And it's so good that it's for everyone. It's not just doing good for some people, and it's certainly not doing good for some at the expense of others. It's doing good for everyone because it's for everyone.
It's very strange to me also that there are still people who don't see what Bitcoin is. And I know it takes time, but when you look at the way our world is structured with central banks and money printing, and when you start to understand what that is and just how incredibly broken it is, I don't know what I would do without Bitcoin, because I would truly be hopeless. Yeah. I would just throw my hands up in the air and give up. And obviously we have Bitcoin, so I'm motivated and I'm hopeful, but it's yeah.
I mean, where would you even store value though? Where would
you're caught up in having to speculate on dozens and dozens of different things that you don't understand, that even your investment advisor who's meant to be helping you speculate on them doesn't understand what they are, because there's allegedly an efficient market, so nobody should have any information advantage. And yet we all keep losing as retail investors to the people who have the real economic advantage, which is they just print the money. No matter how much your stuff is worth, and it's going to continue to rise in price, but you cannot keep up with a money printer unless you are the money printer, right? The name of that game is being as close to it as possible. And it's not about doing hard work. It's not about doing good work. It's not. The other thing is it's so distortive because the economic energies of the world's economy don't go to what people want to buy. They go to what the money printers decide should be stimulated. So it ends up in the banking sector, right? There end up being tens of thousands of financial advisors in any one country. They're not bad people. I'm just saying the world doesn't really need more financial advisors to tell us what to invest in if we don't need to be making all these investments all the time. We should be instead producing better schools, more doctors, more nurses, not more administrators, all these kinds of, and we should be, and less instruments of war and more instruments of abundance and human flourishing. And so there's so much that can change when instead of having a handful of bureaucrats who are in over their heads, right? They can't plan the world economy, but they try to. They can't stimulate the world economy, but they try to. They stimulate it when it doesn't need stimulation, which is bad for the environment. And there's so many wrongs that are fixed when you eliminate these jobs of printing money and giving it to people who are privileged. And this problem has existed throughout all of history. It's been minimized when people actually did use metals that were verifiable for money, but it obviously doesn't work anymore. That system completely failed, and it couldn't work in this kind of global information age economy that we have. But Bitcoin does work, and that's what's so incredible. It cannot be debased. I hope everyone listening is running a node, and is sensitive to making sure that Bitcoin is decentralized. But that's all you have to do, is not let somebody else tell you what the money supply is. Verify it for yourself. Not let somebody else change the monetary policy, which you enforce by running a node. And hold on to your keys, which means that you actually own your Bitcoin. That's all it takes to change the world.
So, gents, no worries. I was just looking. It looks like we're getting our first participants showing up on the website. So maybe we could take a look at that. Give me half a second to get these tweets loaded, but it's really, this is cool to see it coming in. Okay, give me a second. Well, actually, we'll bring up the map real quick and we can see. All right, we've got 2 countries out of 195. We've got Mexico and Uruguay, I believe, or possibly Paraguay. I'm sorry. Let me bring that back out.
You can click on the country list if you want to check that real quick.
Yeah, we can do that. See the country list. Who do we have? Mexico and Uruguay. Thank you, Mexico. Thank you, Uruguay. Let's pull up the tweets because I think they got pretty creative there, which is what we were hoping for.
We have some new ones coming in. They just got to get processed into the site.
Hello, I'm a Bitcoiner. Hashtag Bitcoin is for everyone from Mexico. Love it. Absolutely love it. Amazing. All right, let's check out Uruguay. Who do we have from Uruguay? Bitcoin is for everyone from Uruguay. I love that. But folks, we need your help. We need to get all these countries. So go out there, DM your friends. Somebody post this on Reddit if you've got a lot of Reddit clout. Let's show the world that Bitcoin really is for everyone. Let's see, has the country map. Do we have more coming in? Is it just those 2 so far?
We got a couple more. We've got France. We've got a US.
No one representing South Africa? Come on, gents.
It's gonna have to be you.
Come on, Becky.
I did mine.
Where's my Canadian friends at?
A selfie with you all behind.
Oh, is that the one? I saw you taking a selfie. I was gonna call you out for it. Then I realized you were probably doing this. So
yeah.
Hold on, I'll do mine now. I took a selfie earlier. Let's see if I can do it.
Tomer, you got to get Canada on the map.
I think I can find a couple of Canadians.
Let me see.
I know that there's some. I can see some on the live stream. And so the instructions again, just tweet a selfie. You can cover your face with the hashtag Bitcoin is for everyone. And what's the hashtag for you? Just put a hashtag with your country afterwards as well.
Yeah,
exactly. Type out the name of your country. I think for USA, it's probably just USA.
Oh, is there like a computer doing the work, and so you have to precisely match the string?
Yeah.
You know?
So
and is it case sensitive?
There's no, it's not case sensitive, but there is a script looking for Bitcoin is for everyone, and then a hashtag with a country. Right. So you need right here, and then it's great. I mean, we got to do this sort of what do they call that game? The 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. That's kind of principle here. So if you tag a few Bitcoiners in different countries, I think that's how we get this thing to spread, and we fill up the map.
Right. I'm just looking at the live stream here. People are asking a couple of questions.
Oh yeah, do we have some chats here? By the way, if you are from another country and you're watching right now, DM us at Swan Bitcoin on Twitter if you'd like to come and join the conversation, tell your story, and we'll give you $30 worth of sats. Come on and hang out and tell your Bitcoin story.
Oh, nice.
In honor of the El Salvador $30 meme for today.
Very cool.
Wait, do I get $30 worth of sats?
No, not you.
Ah.
Apply to Becky. All right,
here we go. Are you set up on Lightning, Becky?
Not yet, and I'll explain why. Running data here in South Africa could be quite expensive, but that's something that I'll definitely get on the schedule.
Well, maybe you can get one of those custodial Lightning wallets for small amounts of money, which doesn't require any energy. And I found them to be very reliable. I wouldn't keep my life savings on them, but they're certainly great for carrying around some spending money.
Tommy, if you don't mind, I can ask you just 1 or 2 questions. Or maybe it's something we can talk about actually, because you painted a very beautiful picture there, which was basically Wall Street, people most closest to the new currency, the new printing of money, versus Main Street, the ordinary person on the street, your worker, your teacher, your students, just your general family household, right? And then what you see is this gap basically over time where it's just Wall Street's getting wealthier and wealthier while the real person is just becoming stagnant.
Yes.
So like, have you seen any form of retaliation of that? Like some form of just frustration towards what's going on there?
Yeah, there was a very powerful movement that was ineffective, sadly, at the end of the day, called Occupy Wall Street.
Yes,
back around the time that Bitcoin got started. And this is the point. This is a really, really important point to make for people who are listening. So, like, why is Bitcoin different from Occupy Wall Street? Why did Occupy Wall Street fail and Bitcoin is going to succeed? And I've written a short article about this, but you don't have to read it because I'm going to give you the explanation right now. Occupy Wall Street was people putting in their time against a machine that was much more powerful than them. So they set up a camp, a tent city in front of some Wall Street buildings, but eventually they ran out of money. They ran out of food. They had to go work. And they were also an easy target. If the bankers wanted them gone, they asked the police to show up with hoses or tear gas, and the crowd was dispersed. You cannot do so. So there was more energy. This is a kind of an interesting way to put it. There was more energy behind the opposition to Occupy Wall Street than there was behind Occupy Wall Street. That we only had so many people with so much time and so much resource. Bitcoin flips this around. Even the government can come. They can come after some Bitcoiners. They can spread their FUD. They can do whatever they try to do. But my node and your node and your node and your node and tens of thousands of other nodes don't give. They don't care. They don't give an F. They just keep running, unceasingly, unstoppingly all over the world, verifying the blockchain, verifying the proof of work, unstoppably. They never get tired. They never go to sleep. They never get distracted. The government gets distracted all the time. Now there's an issue with COVID, then there's going to be an issue with some scandal, then there's going to be an issue with somebody saying the wrong thing and needing to be canceled, then there's going to be somebody who makes some statement that, then they need to focus on getting reelected. They've got lots of other stuff to worry about other than Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is unceasing, unstopping every 10 minutes, like clockwork. Boom, 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 all over the world, using it, in military grade encryption that cannot be reversed, that cannot be stopped. You can't tear gas Bitcoin away. You can't fire hose it away. You can't even shut it down by shutting down all the electricity in your country, which would be devastating. You just cannot stop it. And so Bitcoin is an unstoppable protest against Wall Street. And there's nothing Wall Street can do about it. Not a damn thing. And that's the power of it. They could do a lot about us occupying Wall Street, but they can't do anything about us recreating a financial system that they don't control. And we've done it. Like, it's done, right? All we got to do is keep our nodes plugged in.
Yeah. So
that's not hard.
Will they then try to regulate it? This is what I'm.
Good luck. Try to regulate the value of pi. Try to regulate what 2 + 2 equals. Try that.
Right.
That. Good luck. Again, we can acquiesce. We can surrender our rights.
Yeah.
But if we don't surrender our rights, they can do all, like, it's, the amazing thing about Bitcoin is it is almost like an invention of a natural law, right? It's like someone came around and invented the law of gravity, and now nobody can evade the law of gravity, right? And somebody came around but any other human invention can be stopped. I've written a couple of really good articles about this. There's one called Why Nobody Can Stop Bitcoin, and there's one called Why Everything That Should Hurt Bitcoin Only Makes It Stronger. And both of these articles speak to this issue that you cannot stop Bitcoin, and that in fact every time you try to stop Bitcoin and you fail, the whole world sees that way is another way that Bitcoin can't be stopped. So it's really, really important. So please, I want the governments to try to stop it. I want them to see that they can't, and I want everyone in the world to see that they can't stop Bitcoin, because it's like a force of nature. It's the first invented force of nature that we've ever seen in the history of humanity. And it is, and it's a power that will change the world. I mean, that's all I can say. And it for the good. It's this really positive, incredible thing that crosses, that straddles the line between like a force of nature and a man-made thing.
You know what also amazes me is that everyone like shares that sentiment. I've spoken to a few people from Argentina as well as that of Venezuela. They would say the very same statement about like securing what's the value that they work so hard for,
Yeah.
In fact, here's the crazy thing. I have a friend of mine that came from Zimbabwe and gave me this.
The $1 trillion bill or something?
Yeah, it's like a 5 billion.
$5 billion.
I keep a stack of those here at home, and I give them out to people just when I go out and about, or sometimes, if I'm tipping someone, I'll tip them in dollars, or Bitcoin, but I'll also give them one of those $5 billion bills and try to explain to them why it's important. They're great souvenirs. You can get them on eBay actually, and just buy stacks of them. I think I bought like 100 or so of them, and I definitely overpaid. They was definitely not worth whatever I paid for them, but for sentimental value and for orange pilling value, they were a great buy.
Then the question sorry, I'm asking just a lot.
No. Go for it. I love to talk about this.
The question then is why? I mean, we have a real world example of inflationary events. Steve Hanke also tracks this. I think he tracked like 50 countries. We can see this data. You can visit these countries and so forth. You can see it for yourself. Why do we still then have people that follow MMT thought, where they think that country can never go bankrupt so long as it prints its own country and don't worry about inflation and so forth? But inflation is only temporary. It's transitory. Why is there still that type of thinking when we can see these real world examples?
Well, I think it's such a historic day for you to ask that question. because the main reason why is all around the world, people didn't know that there was an alternative, right? Like, you know, the monetary metal regimes failed, and the salt standard failed, and the shell standard failed, the gold standard failed, and we ended up with this fiat system all over the world, and there's a lot of history to read about it. And people have just been struggling with the fiat. I mean, I think some people have been taking advantage of the fiat system. Others have been trying to do their best, but it's a broken system, right? It's like there were so many things that humanity didn't know how to deal with beforehand. Like before we discovered that germs even existed, we certainly had very few. You would say, like, why are people wearing like crow masks to try to deal with a black plague? Like, because they believed things that that either weren't true or they just didn't have enough knowledge to know what to do. But now we have Bitcoin, and it's new, right? And you can't blame the whole world for not knowing how it will work. There's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of mysteries. Yeah. It's hard to take, and it's a big risk to say, we're going to take our whole country and put it on a Bitcoin standard. It's never been done before. And you know what? Today, it's being done for the first time ever in the history of humanity. In El Salvador, it is being tried. And I'd point out, even if it doesn't succeed, and I'm going to say it will succeed, and I'll explain why in a minute, but even if it didn't succeed, this would be a lesson for us to learn about how to try it better the next time. Because like the first time you get up and try to walk as a child, and this is true for every single person who is listening to this and who can walk, the first time you ever got up to walk, you fell down. And so you learned lessons from it. You figured out how to do it better. You held on to something. You gradually got your balance. Eventually, you could not only walk, you could run. That's what's happening with Bitcoin today. It's the first time it's standing up. It's in a small country. It's in a safer country to do this. It's with a smaller population. And there'll be some step-ups, some mess-ups, here or there. But we're going to learn. The whole world is going to learn. And it's going to get better and better and better. And in time, every country will be racing to adopt a Bitcoin standard. But I'm really, really optimistic about where things actually develop in El Salvador. Again, and in so many ways, how many times Bitcoin has been declared dead, but it seems to resurrect itself, or it turns out it wasn't dead in the first place. I think we'll have a lot of people, including especially Steve Hanke, calling every stumble a death. Right? And it's like, imagine, because I think this is, I really don't like Steve Hanke. Who does? But I think that there's something really bitter and nasty about him, right? Because he's gonna, it's like if you were watching a child learning to walk and getting up and stepping up for its first, before it even stepped up, you're screaming at the child, "You're crazy! You're a madman for trying to stand up. It's impossible. Don't even try it. It's a terrible, terrible idea. Stay away from it." And then they stood up and then they stumbled. You said, "You're dead. You're finished. You suck. You're horrible." That's Steve Hanke, right? There's no encouragement. There's no creative thinking. There's no support. There's no effort to understand what's going on. There's just a nastiness, right? And here it is. Why is El Salvador doing this? Because they want to help their people, because the El Salvadorans want to escape from everything that we talked about when Becky was talking about his situation in South Africa, and when I was talking about all those situations all over the world in my reading. And they're trying to make a better world for themselves. And so for anyone who's so privileged to be a 78-year-old tenured professor at Cornell University who doesn't have to do any work in the real world and who's an apologist for all of these bankers, to spit on these people and to spit on the president who's taking a courageous step to try to do something new that hasn't been done before, shame on you, Steve Hanke. I know you're not watching, but shame on him for being such a nasty old man yelling at a cloud, because Bitcoin's going to succeed anyway, Steve, and he's scared, and and there's nothing he can do. All his shouting at Bitcoin, like I said before about the nodes, he can shout all he wants at those nodes. Every 10 minutes, another block gets discovered, and it keeps marching forward, getting more people in the world to support Bitcoin, to be able to realize that it's reliable, despite what any useless professor in any useless university says.
Tomer, as much as I love dunking on Steve, I think we've given him a little too much airtime already. And
it wasn't good airtime. Okay.
And
sue me, Steve.
We can dunk on more on him later. But we've got Bernard Parra with us, who's just joined us. So I want to welcome him. Welcome, buddy. Bernard's coming to us from Lagos, Nigeria, I believe, unless you're somewhere else at the moment. Welcome. How are you doing, buddy?
Thank you, Brecky.
You're looking a little different. You got a beard and a mustache.
Yeah, man,
good.
you look good. I was just about to say the same thing.
You look good before. Okay, you look good before.
Thank you. Happy Bitcoin Day. It's a big day.
Happy Bitcoin Day.
Happy Bitcoin Day.
Yeah, really excited. It's surreal. Hello, Brady. Hello, Becky. Hello, Thomas.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to
Nice to meet you too,
Yeah.
man.
How are things going with you, man? You just you incorporated Lightning. I feel like Bitnob's been crushing it lately.
Yeah, I mean, we're just taking it one step at a time, like just trying to see how much we can build, how fast we can build, get this solution out as fast as we can, solve people's problems. So the problems there's a lot of problems to solve. And it's like we're in a race against time. So it's like, hey, you need to build this fast, you need to get this done, you need to get this done. So yeah, it's been exciting.
I love it. Oh, it looks like we have someone else joining us real quick. I don't know if he's quite ready, if I should just bring him in or not. Let's risk it. Hopefully he's wearing clothes. There he is. Welcome, Daniel Prince.
Oh, wow.
Hey guys, how you doing? Great to see you.
How are you?
Nice to see you guys.
There's that podcast voice that I know and love.
If you don't mind, I've got to run for 5 seconds. I've got to take my dog out. Bitcoin fixes a lot of things, but it can't walk my dog for me, unfortunately. So I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Let's see. Well, so you were giving us the update on Bitnob. Before that, maybe you should just describe what Bitnob does and where you're. I've had a little too much caffeine today. I think my brain is moving faster than my mouth. Yeah, but let us know what y'all are up to. And I know you've grown a lot over the past year or so since we last talked, probably like 18 months ago.
January.
Was it January of this year?
Okay, I mean, 2020 makes it look like it was 10 years ago. So
time dilation, Bitcoin time dilation.
Yeah.
What's the latest?
Yeah, I mean, it's been an interesting few months. So, Bitnob started as a service that provides dollar cost averaging to Nigerians. We've been able to, launch in Ghana, provide a service to people in Ghana as well. Planning to go to a couple of other African countries before the end of the year. Within that time frame, we've also been able to, introduce products that allow our, customers to take loans using their Bitcoin as collateral. So basically, the whole thought behind that is you're always stacking sats, but then sometimes you have emergencies. So instead of losing your precious sats, we're going to give you like fiat. Go fiat shitcoins. Go spend it on your everyday stuff. Just make sure you keep your Bitcoin with, when you pay us back, then we give you the Bitcoin. It's been interesting so far. People are, picking up to it, getting used to it. And most recently, of course, the Lightning Network integration that we just did, basically to power remittances, power the micropayments network around Africa. Basically just trying to keep, Africa connected to the world. And, we don't want to be left behind like we got left behind during the internet age, right? So we're trying to be, either a step ahead or even at par with what everyone is doing across the world. And, as everyone is moving towards Lightning, it just made sense for us like, oh, this solves a lot of problems for us. We with high fees, sometimes Bitcoin becomes like really unusable. So with Lightning, I mean, a few interesting stories. So people were surprised that they could use Lightning to like get virtual cards. We have $100 limit on our cards per month, not daily or weekly, like a whole month. You can only spend $100 on your using your cards. So, but then, with something like Lightning, they're able to like buy these virtual cards from, MoonPay, and they're able to like shop on US stores, pay for their Netflix subscriptions, iTunes and all of that. So it's really exciting. And, we were able to like also build out APIs and SDKs for any other services who want to integrate Lightning, Bitcoin payments or on their platforms. So it's been an exciting few months. It's been an exciting few months for us.
It's very exciting, man. And I mean, you're talking about Africa trying to keep up, but in a lot of ways, Africa's leading option. Usage, especially in Nigeria. So what's the latest there, man? I know that there's a couple of months ago, there was some news about, governments making a fuss about wanting to ban Bitcoin. Did that actually happen, or was it just being discussed amongst your governments? And like, if so, what's the situation now?
I mean, they admitted that they couldn't do anything to Bitcoin. They've given up. They can't really ban Bitcoin. So, what they just did was stop financial institutions and banks from providing services to crypto companies. So basically, it's like if I'm on a Coinbase, if I'm on a Swan, like I could maybe use my card, wire transfers and all of that, to a bank account. But with the regulations, we can't really do that. So everyone has had to revert to peer-to-peer trading. That's why the peer-to-peer volumes are really going high on all the P2P platforms. On their end, I mean, they've been saying they want to launch the era. They want to do their own CBDC. Of course, they're going to shitcoin anytime. So we're just looking to see how that goes. They said it should be going live on the 1st of October. So we're just looking to see how it goes. But on the regulatory part, we're not really seeing any progress. It's just pretty much the same, right? Maybe worse than it was earlier. So we're just looking to see how things will go.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. I just wanted to say something to integrate something that you said, Bernard, and you were asking before, Becky. It was like, Nigeria tried to ban Bitcoin, but they couldn't. And the reason that they couldn't was because I was running a node in my basement here in Canada. And if they wanted to stop Bitcoin, they'd have to invade Canada and take over all of Canada, including coming to my house and unplugging it. But of course, they'd also have to take over the United States, because I know that Brady runs one in his house, and they'd have to do the same in Venezuela. Like, they'd have to conquer the whole world to try to stop Bitcoin in Nigeria, and they can't do it. They're just not that powerful. They're not nearly as powerful as they think they are. And that was the point that I was making about this versus Wall Street, Occupy Wall Street. Yeah. Occupy Wall Street was easy to disperse with hoses and tear gas. Try dispersing this.
No, you can't. You can't. I mean, it's going to be one of the most costly operations any nation state is going to try, because, I mean, even if you start here, before we've moved to another jurisdiction, there's always somewhere that's going to be friendly to Bitcoin, right? And this is going to get to the grassroots. It gets to a time where this is a full grassroots movement. It is a grassroots movement right now. Latin America, like a lot of the emerging markets are, latching onto this. So it gets to a point where it becomes too ubiquitous to even think about it. But just look at how powerful it is, even at this stage, that you can't even stop it. If China had their way, they would have stopped it. They can't do that. So it's really interesting. Yeah.
And we keep seeing these efforts to stop Bitcoin, and it turns out that it's a little bit harder than it looks on the surface. Because computers don't obey you. Somebody else's computer doesn't obey you.
Yeah, it doesn't. I think an interesting thing as well is, we're seeing services like Umbrel, MyNode, like really making it easy for people to run Lightning nodes on Raspberry Pis and stuff. Mm-hmm. So we're getting to a point where, anyone could just run like a node, without having to have all of the large computers or all of that. And maybe hopefully we could run nodes on phones maybe someday. So it's really going to be interesting in the future.
Yeah, it's great. I actually see someone in the comments says that I think they're referring to government, saying they are that powerful. They're just not that afraid of crypto yet. And I think that's a fallacy. I argue with a lot of people. There's a lot of, and I want to take this comment seriously, even if it's just a trollish comment, because there's a lot of people who have the idea in their head that governments are really that powerful and they can stop anything that they choose to stop, including Bitcoin. And the question that I ask people in return is, So what has government ever stopped? Like, what have you ever seen? Like, including temporary measures that they started, they couldn't stop, like the income tax or the sales tax or 2 weeks of masks, like whatever it is, they haven't been able to stop. And they certainly weren't able to stop drugs with a war on drugs. And they certainly weren't able to stop poverty with a war on poverty. So it just looks like government can't actually stop a lot of things. And people who hold the idea that governments have this power to do these things, it comes from some mistaken belief about what the power of government has, because government can pass laws that are in writing, but they're just words, and people can disobey those words. They're not like the laws of math and physics, which is what Bitcoin operates on, and so it's a more powerful level of reality that Bitcoin operates on than the level of please comply or we'll hurt you, which is what laws are. So which is what human laws are, right? I mean, gravity is the same thing. It's like obey or gravity can hurt you pretty bad too. But but you know, and nobody's got it in their head that they can stop the law of gravity, including lawyers and politicians who make the laws. You can't pass a law to obliterate, and for the same reason you can't pass a law to obliterate Bitcoin, because it is just math and physics.
It's math.
You can't pass a law to obliterate them.
I totally agree with you. And people who keep saying this, I just feel like they don't understand. And it's the same mistake that a lot of people have been making over the years. You know, some of them eventually come around. Some of them use these kind of arguments to, what I've noticed is, and it's becoming very common, is a lot of them use this kind of arguments to either gain popularity or to try to look smart, right? So the in thing right now is trying to bash Bitcoin without even understanding Bitcoin. Like, look at what Frances was saying the other day, that if the person's computer is off, he can't receive Bitcoin transactions or something like that. Like, right. So ridiculous. Like you look at the people that you feel are very, very smart, and Bitcoin just keeps exposing them, right? And it's just because they want to look smart, right? Yeah. You know, they are smart in so many ways, but somehow Bitcoin manages to look, just this one, just, you know, I don't even know. Sometimes just ridiculous.
I sometimes wonder if a lot of these establishment people aren't smart. They just know how to look smart and sound smart. They have a lovely accent. They have a decent vocabulary, and they have this mystical access to modern monetary theory, which is just made up nonsense as far as I can tell from what I've studied it. But it baffles the ordinary person who hasn't studied economics. So when they hear about quantitative easing and asset repurchases, and you know, these things sound like they must know what they're talking about if they're repurchasing assets and monetizing the balance sheet. Like, those are all really nonsense terms by nonsense speakers who try to sound smart with prestige jargon. And they get exposed by Bitcoin because Bitcoin's verifiable, and so when they say things that aren't true about it, it's like, you know, it's like that's how long it takes Bitcoin Twitter to disprove them and make a meme out of them and start having a really good laugh.
I can't remember who said this, but they said that with an increase in complexity, like in these terms, quantitative easing and so forth, you get an increase in fraudulent activity. It's the way of them.
These terms are cover for we're stealing your money, right?
Exactly. We're stealing your purchasing money.
I'm laughing, but I'm crying inside.
Oh my God.
Toma, you forgot something. The government can stop this deadly invisible virus, right? You forgot that.
Oh, I forgot about the virus.
Yeah. Like that's been stopped in its tracks.
The reason is it's your fault that they couldn't stop it, and they have to, right? Like, it's
yeah, you're right.
Like, if we could just segregate this group of people or blame that group of people, then it would go away. But you're absolutely, it's a great example, and it's such a great example because Bitcoin is kind of like a virus in the sense that it exists everywhere and reproduces everywhere, and you can swat one down, but it's reproduce. Any one node can reproduce any number of nodes.
And it's a mind virus for us.
That's true too. Right.
There's no switching that off. Once that pill starts kind of like seeping into your being, just a different light bulb every day, and it doesn't matter how long you've been in the space. You still wake up every day with a new epiphany. It's crazy.
Absolutely.
So I've been away for a few minutes. Do we have any new countries joining the orange pilled world? Let's take a look.
Where are you, Brecky? You in the US or are you on the travels?
I am in the US. I'm currently in Los Angeles. That's why, hence the palm trees. Although this is just a background because my office is not quite as nice as that photo.
I can see Brady's at home, or that's just a picture of Brady pretending like with his Homer Simpson kind of awake glasses on there. He hasn't moved in ages. Oh, there he is.
I don't know. Bandwidth is an issue, apparently.
My brother and I once did that on a family Zoom call that was going on for like hours and hours. we took a screenshot, put ourselves, and then we walked away for a few minutes and came back.
No one knew, huh?
Sorry, Mom and Dad.
I was wondering why everyone was ignoring me. Felt sad.
Oh, we've got how many countries? 5 countries now. We have Sudan. I'm going to guess that's Sudan Hoddle. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
It is.
We've got Turkey. We've got Uruguay and Mexico and France. Thank you, France. Still no Antarctica. I'm gonna hold out for Antarctica.
Maybe I'll take a zip down to Antarctica for a few minutes and tweet from there. If I can get some good Wi-Fi in Antarctica.
I don't know about that.
You're going to use a Blockstream satellite for that.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to go there and you beat me to it. Absolutely. I just need to bring a little satellite dish with me. But I can't tweet it, right? It's the tweeting that's the challenge. I can certainly sync up my node. Guys, I'm going to step away for a while too, but I'll be happy to join maybe in a couple of hours or something if there's other people. It's such a pleasure meeting all of you guys, like from all over the world, because Bitcoin is for everywhere, as we said before, and anywhere, and it's awesome. And seeing the success and the use of Bitcoin everywhere in the world just warms my heart, and it's such a great day in the history of Bitcoin today for that. So, I love you all, and I will hopefully see you all a little bit later today. Take care.
Yes, Toma.
Thanks, Toma.
A real pleasure meeting you all. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Just a quick question for Bernard or Bernard. How do you pronounce it?
Anyone, Bernard, like, I don't know the real one at this point. I mean,
just not Bernie.
Just not Bernie. Okay. Well, yeah.
Friends to call me Bernie. I have friends to call me Bernie. So, I mean, I just take it anyhow it comes.
No problem. I was going to ask you: is there so at Bitnob what you're doing? Like, do you need help from the plebs? Because there's a pleb army of people out there that are looking to help companies, especially new companies in the space, wherever they are around the world. I don't know if you follow at Bitcoiner Jobs. I know Swan are a huge fan of those guys. Corey's been a bit of a mastermind helping. Are you part of that when you're looking for help and engineers, sales guys, whatever it is?
No, not really. I'm not. I don't know about them. I don't know about them. I think the one thing we all need help with from the plebs is memes.
Memes. You need a memer, a CMO. Hey, don't tell Brecky because he'll leave Swan and come and join Bitnob straight away.
Look, the memers are out there and they're happy to help. You just got to put the word out. Bernard, we'll add you to our meme group, and you just got to go in there and say, "Hey, I need a meme about X, Y, and Z," and usually about 5 seconds later, somebody's made a meme for you.
Okay, that'd be great. That'd be great.
So we need to meme Bitnob into existence, right? That's
yeah.
Let's go. There's a bunch of memers out there looking for some like a bit of meaning. This is how like Greg Zarge and the guys got picked up by Jack at Strike, right? That was amazing to see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jack puts out like a tweet like, I need a team of like 2 or 3 memers. Let's go, and bam! Now they work for Bitcoin.
The thing about making memes is, you might think, oh, it's just a bunch of silly photos, and what does it take to make a meme? But to be a really good memer, there's usually a brilliant mind behind a brilliant meme. So they're usually better than just like, I'm pretty sure I got my job here at Swan originally because of memes, among other things. You know, that's what maybe caught Corey's attention. And then he say, "Hey, oh look, he can do other things too, right?" So
Corey just watches Rick and Morty, man. Like that was it. Like,
yeah, exactly.
There was nothing beyond that. Like your Rick and Morty impressions are the best.
My favorite video from you, Brecky, was the one that you made of The Economist. What was his name? Starts with Nouri.
Nouri Rabini.
Yeah, Nouri. I think it was like 3 years ago or something.
Maybe.
And it was like a South Park reference to him or something.
Yeah.
That was my favorite one.
That was funny. There was one where I did his voice and had him apologizing and pretending to be a maximalist. Also, I'll send that to you later.
And the Christine Lagarde one.
Oh yeah, the Christine Lagarde.
Brecky has a sexy French accent.
It is not that sexy. Okay.
He also has a
do it.
South African accent, actually.
Yeah. I live with a bunch of South Africans, and so I've been able to sort of pick up the accent. I love eating some biltong, some boerewors. Yeah.
Oh my God.
But it's like a Boer accent. It's not like a proper South African accent. I don't know. I don't know the differences between all the different types. But I made Bernard laugh, so I guess it's half
You did well. You did well.
How's it, Boyki, eh? How the Springboks doing this year?
That was a good one.
Pest the Nando's, hey?
I have to dip.
Hey?
It was a great pleasure meeting you all. Definitely enjoyed the chat. Yeah. And if you all need me again in future, let me know. And whenever I'm available, I'll pitch up. It was nice meeting you, Daniel, Bernard, Brecky, Brady. Thank you so much, James.
Thanks, buddy. Pleasure, man. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
Take care, brother.
Yeah. I'll be dropping off in a few minutes as well. I have another meeting in like 9 minutes. So then I'm pretty sure I'll be able to join again. So yeah.
No worries. We'll be here. What was that?
Brady, I wanted to ask Brady something. I mean, earlier this year we're talking about what country was going to get Bitcoin and stuff. So now, what's the next country? Let's get your predictions. Who's next?
Well, I mean, Panama is making a little noise today. So they're going to introduce some legislation, which would be interesting. I think it would be interesting if it does make sense that it would sort of catch on in a region because those countries will be interconnected economically. And it's like there's this phenomenon, there's a name for it, but I don't know what it is. I can't think of it, where like you're in a big, let's say like a big city like New York, or there's lots of examples, but there's like a diamond sales district in New York where all of the diamonds, all the diamond businesses like gather around each other. And you would think that would be weird because of all the competition, but then all the customers come to that area who are going to buy diamonds, right? Same thing with like car dealerships or something in the US. You'll see it all the time. Like there'll be like 5 car dealerships together, and that's the only spot in the city where there's, you can buy cars. So it makes sense that, you would have this sort of grouping of countries that start adopting Bitcoin. So I think Panama is a front running contender. So yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Daniel, do you want to try? Do you want to give us yours and Brecky?
I put this question out the other day, like which is going to be the European country that follows the lead of El Salvador. And there were a few interesting answers. One that keeps sticking out is Montenegro, and there's a few reasons. One, they've been on the wait list to get into the European Union for a long time, and probably by luck they haven't been accepted, so they don't have to bow to like this centralized clusterfuck which has become like the single eurozone, the single currency, and completely controlled by the ECB. But they still get screwed over because they use the euro. So they don't have their own self-sovereign country. So they're knocking on the door to get in the EU, but they can't get in the EU because they don't meet the regulations that are being stipulated by these bureaucrats. But they're still beholden to that currency. And so they get screwed just like El Salvador does every time it gets printed. They're getting diluted.
In the US. Yeah.
So the finance minister as well of Montenegro is 95% balls deep himself in his own personal portfolio into Bitcoin. And he used to work for Goldman. So he understands banking and he understands what's going on. So he's clearly a Bitcoiner. So there's a strong case right there. So I would say Europe, go with Montenegro. Put a pin in Montenegro and let's see what happens.
Sweet. So Panama, Montenegro. Brecky.
Maybe.
Don't mention Antarctica. Don't say Antarctica.
No, I'm not going to say Antarctica.
He's going to say Texas.
Yeah, Texas is going to succeed and become a Bitcoin country. I don't know. I definitely think that one of the South American countries is probably most likely at this point. But maybe I could be a little hopeful and say that the Nigerian government is going to have a complete turnaround and they're going to adopt Bitcoin. Bernard, what's going on over there? What's it like? Like, I know things were a bit crazy a little while ago, but have things gotten better or just worse? Oh, that bad, huh?
Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Man, let me save you from making a terrible bet. If this was a bet, I said, no, don't do that. Save your money. No. Maybe if you make me president, that could happen. But
hey,
not right now. I mean,
I'd vote for you if I could.
It's actually gotten worse. So, no, not them. Definitely not them. Yeah.
So Bernard, you got to get to the politicians. We need a couple of. I don't know anything about Nigerian politics, so I can't speak on that. But you have my vote for president when
it's just a toned down version of U.S. politics. Politicians are the same everywhere, so just that the U.S. politicians are just more sophisticated, right? So it's pretty much that. But yeah, so what country are you settling with?
Say that again.
What country are you settling for?
I mean, it's Panama came out today, right? With putting something out. So I hate to say the same thing, but that's probably most likely. I can be more creative than that. Who's going to be next? I don't know. It's so hard. It's so difficult to think about which country might, like, El Salvador came out of nowhere for me, right? I didn't even nobody saw that coming. I didn't, at least. I don't know. This is not a bet I'm willing to take. The only bet I'm willing to bet on is Bitcoin itself. So I'm just going to keep buying Bitcoin, and that's it.
Okay. I think Paraguay did the same thing as Panama is doing right now. So, I mean, when I spoke to Brecky earlier this year, and saying like, okay, I felt a nation state was going to get Bitcoin this year. I was mostly thinking between the Middle East and South America, right? But I think the most common denominator for me thinking about those things was it's going to come under kind of like a dictatorship or a country that has like a leader that has dictatorial tendencies, right? So just because this is something that will easily pass in a strong democracy, right? That's the funny thing about the game theory of Bitcoin, right? This is not going to easily pass in a democracy. If you want to do this in the US, for example, just look at the most recent legislations in the US. It becomes a really difficult thing to do, right? But now it's just like, okay, some of these dictators are going to see that, okay, they have a way out of sanctions with Bitcoin, right? They have a way out. They have a way to like give the middle finger to the IMF and stuff. And some of them might just say, okay, this looks like the easiest way to do this. And they just go into Bitcoin. They're not going into it because they love their people. They're not going into it because they want to protect their people. They're going to go into it for selfish reasons. Mm-hmm. But the way Bitcoin has always played out at the end of the day is you come for selfish reasons. A lot of us came just to make the money, and somehow we've become missionaries right now. So they're going to do that. But I think in the long run, like that's just what opens the doors in a lot of these countries. So for me, I'm going with, say, wow. Let me go with Paraguay. For now. Yeah.
What's funny, though, is there are so many countries, I think, that, well, every country could stand to benefit from adopting Bitcoin. But there are so many that, you know, like El Salvador, like they just need to take that first step. Like, be brave. Mm-hmm. So to all the presidents of the world who are watching our stream right now, I challenge you, be brave. Adopt Bitcoin.
You can do it. Yeah, guys, exactly. I need to run away. So I need to run out. So I'll catch you later. Bye.
See you, Bernard. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure. Yeah. And then there were two. Folks,
just us?
For now, I think we're lining up a few more guests. Bobo Dread is going to be joining us. Max and Stacy are going to be joining us. We're also going to have Ray Youssef from Paxful at some point. And to anyone who's watching, please go participate in the campaign. Tweet out a selfie along with hashtag Bitcoin is for everyone and a hashtag with the name of your country. And if you're interested in getting on the stream and telling us your Bitcoin story, DM the Swan account and we'll get you in the lineup. It's an exciting day. We're going to be doing this for at least a couple more hours. We want to hear from all of you. We want to hear what it's like to be a Bitcoiner in your country, what the Bitcoin community is like, and what you're doing, if anything, to help spread the word. So shoot us a message and we will get you on here.
I can pick up there if you want, because there was a Bitcoin conference here last week in France. Mm-hmm. And it's the second running of and I've got to shill these guys because they did a great job. Go follow at Surfin Bitcoin. That's SURFIN Bitcoin. And it's run by the guys, excuse me, Brecky, sorry.
No, you're good.
It's run by the guys over at Stackin Sat. Go follow those guys as well. Stackin without the G, Sat. French company, equivalent to Swan, basically. They're a French dollar cost average, or euro cost average, as we would say over here, service, helping French people understand. So they've looked, I'm sure, at the success of Swan and what you were doing, and very focused on education, very focused on customer service, very focused on just take it slow, people. Don't come rushing in. Don't feel the FOMO. Just get your feet wet a little bit at a time. Do 10 euros a week. And then when you're a little bit more comfortable, 20, and then a little bit more comfortable, 30. They're a great bunch of guys, good team. And I got the pleasure to hang out with a bunch of French maxis. There were about 700 French maxis down there on the beach, in the casino, in Biarritz. It was an awesome time. Just a big, huge shout out to anybody that I met. All of the and any English speakers or anyone living around Europe that thinking, I'm not going to go to that conference because it's all in French. Believe me, yes, the talks are in French. Go listen to them if you can speak and understand French. That's great. But the plebs in the hallways and in the bars and in the cafes and in the restaurants, they're from all over and they all speak English really well. So you're not kind of just left the spare part in the corner of the room. You're going to get on with so many people, meet such an amazing group of guys, and get a different feel for what's going on in Bitcoin in Europe. And it's just such a needed kind of meetup and venue because everybody talks about the Honey Badger conference in Riga. That was I've never been able to visit that. I have not got across there, but there's a need now for these kind of big conferences in Europe, and they're going to start opening up again soon. So definitely get Biarritz on your list for those listening.
Hell yeah. All right, let's take a look. How many countries are we up to? I think we're at 7. I don't think that page is refreshed. On my end, I'm seeing 7 countries. which ones are they? We have got Sudan, Mexico, the United States, Uruguay, France from you, sir, Turkey, and the Netherlands. I love it. We got a lot more countries to go, folks. And I know you're
Yeah, this is poor work. Like, where are the plebs?
Come on. Where are the plebs?
Because what's going on your neck of the woods, brother? I think I saw a picture of you at some stage recently in either Costa Rica or El Salvador, somewhere. You were on your travels. How did that go?
I was. I had to go see El Salvador for myself. I'm hoping to go back for the Lightning Conference that's coming up. If anyone's interested in that, go check it out. I think it's Adopting BTC, the Adopting Bitcoin Conference. It was pretty spectacular down there. I only went to El Zonte. I didn't go to San Salvador, but El Zonte is gorgeous. It's this gorgeous surfing village, on the coast. Very, very small, but all the small businesses were using Bitcoin. We were buying pupusas with Bitcoin, buying all our sundries and things like that with Bitcoin using the Lightning Network. And the story that I tell over and over again, because it still like shook me when it happened, was we were at Mama Rosa's pupuseria, and Mama Rosa was the first business in El Salvador to accept Bitcoin, or first in El Zonte. I'm not sure about El Salvador. And
it's Jorge's mum, isn't it?
I don't know. Maybe it is. I'm not sure.
It's either Jorge's or Chimbera's mum. I think it's Jorge's mum, because I was listening to them on John Vallis's pod the other day. So it's beautiful.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
It's a very small community, so it's very possible. But we're paying ourselves, and we're getting ready to walk back to our hotel, and in walks a group of kids that were probably 8 to 10 years old. I'd asked them, and they were like, yeah, between 8 and 10, 8 and 12. And they pull out their smartphone to buy a bag of cornmeal to bring home, and they use the Lightning Network. And I look at, I'm with John Vallis and a few others, and I look over at them, and I'm just like, it's game over. This is game over. It's done. The reality is El Zonte is a poor town. Like people are living in shacks, and some of them have dirt floors, and not everyone, but it's the reality there. And they're using the Lightning Network to buy the things they need. And I was speaking to one of the people working there, and I was asking, how many people are actually using Bitcoin to pay for pupusas, and how many of your customers use Bitcoin? And I was expecting the number to be lower, and they were saying it was about 50%. And that kind of blew me away. And everywhere we went, I would always ask, just out of curiosity, like, would you prefer I pay in dollars or Bitcoin? And part of me was, hoping they'd say Bitcoin, but I kind of thought that they would say dollars. And they smiled and looked at me and said, whatever you prefer. We're happy to take both. And I thought that was super powerful. And, a lot of people will bring up the especially on a day like today, the volatility of Bitcoin, right? And so I would ask about that. And, again, they kind of shrugged and smiled and said, it's Bitcoin, it may go up, it may go down, but over the long term, it tends to go up. And, some people are saving, a certain amount in Bitcoin and benefiting from that. Like there was one woman, I think it went viral on Twitter a while back, had accumulated enough Bitcoin that when it did go up, she was able to, upgrade her fruit stand, her whole setup. And, so people are seeing the value of Bitcoin and the store of value. And, it was just beautiful to see. And anyone who's thinking about going to El Salvador, I would highly recommend just going on a vacation, spending your sats in El Zonte. Go learn to surf, although I almost died learning to surf, so be careful. Did
you do the jungle runs at 6 a.m.?
I did not. Do I look as crazy as John Vallis? No. They did rope me into a workout one morning though, and it was pretty great. It was just everybody on the beach, doing push-ups and sprints and all these things, and I had to bow out after about 20 minutes because I was tired. But they've got a fantastic energy down there. Jorge and Chimbera and everyone else who's working with them, they are some of the most hardworking people I've ever met. They're up early doing those jungle runs, and then they are, going to the little villages outside of El Zonte, and they're just spreading the good word about Bitcoin. They go and they do classes, and they're always there and happy to help. So it's a beautiful thing, and I hope to see it replicated in other places.
What have you been kind of a little bit taken aback by some of the negative response to the Bitcoin adoption in El Salvador? and perhaps some of that being directed towards like the project at Bitcoin Beach, which Mike and the guys have put together?
I wasn't really taken aback by it. I'll tell you another story. Then we went one night. We went drinking in the town next door, El Tunco, and we're getting some late night pupusas, and we start speaking to a group of girls, and they ask us what we do, and we were all, oh, we work in Bitcoin, and they kind of went like, oh, Bitcoin, oh, I hate Bitcoin, and we were all just very taken aback by that. And I stopped for a second. I thought. And I said to one of them, I said, is the reason you are anti-Bitcoin because you're anti-Bukele, because you don't like the president? And she said, yes, exactly. And then I went on to explain that, even the president can't control Bitcoin. He can't print more coins. He can't inflate it, can't change the rules. And when that kind of sunk in, she's had like a little aha moment. I said, oh, really? I didn't know these things. And so I think the major issue, although Bitcoin has become politicized there, is just education. I think we don't know exactly how things will turn out with El Salvador or with the president, but I'm cautiously optimistic, and I think any sort of world leader who adopts Bitcoin the way that El Salvador is doing is necessarily giving up some power for the benefit of his or her people, right? And that's exceedingly rare. I think you don't see that very often, and so if El Salvador benefits the way I think it will, I'm hoping that other leaders will kind of get the message and see what a benefit Bitcoin can be to them. So,
and even if he's coming in with bad intentions, right, which nobody knows, like let's be grown up about this. Gladstein has said before, Bitcoin is a machine that turns greed into freedom. So, like, ultimately, it's going to play out for the betterment of the whole country and the society at large. But the beauty of Bitcoin Beach is that's the little nucleus. That's where it started. Mike has done a great job attracting people there and building, and then Chimbera and Jorge with their projects. I'd find it very hard to stomach anybody that was kind of throwing any abuse in that direction.
100%. It looks like we will have another guest joining us. I think he's connecting to audio now. Michael, I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name, friend, because I'm going to butcher it. So I'll let you introduce yourself when you're ready. Let's see. Michael is coming to us from the Netherlands. He's still connecting to audio. Well, we'll have Michael join us when he joins us. But
maybe it's Plan B. He's just got his real name up there at the moment.
I don't think it's Plan B. But Bitcoin's for everyone, so you never know.
Exactly. It would be a masterful move if Plan B were to show up right now. And of course, I'd love to have a chat with him. But
yes. You're always welcome on the show, on the pod. To everyone who's just tuning in, by the way, please participate in this campaign. You can do so by simply tweeting out a selfie or, a photo of a landmark of your country. If you don't want to show your face, that's totally okay. Along with the hashtag Bitcoin is for everyone and the hashtag with the name of your country. We are tracking these submissions, and we are aiming to fill up this map that you see next to us. We want it to be completely orange, even Antarctica. And we're going to get there, but we need your help. So please, let us know where you're from. Tell us your Bitcoin stories. If you'd like to come on and share your Bitcoin stories, shoot us a message to the Swan handle. And it's going to be a great day, great campaign. Michael, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Welcome, sir. You're coming to us live from the Netherlands. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you for participating. Thank you for joining us. I don't know very much Dutch. I can say one thing in Dutch. Ein Bier, alstublieft.
Okay, so half German, half Dutch. But I got the message.
Brecky, I thought you were going to go with I want to smoke in a pancake, like classic Austin Powers.
No. That would be insulting. That's not real Dutch. So, Michael, welcome again. Thank you for joining us. We'd love to hear your Bitcoin story and what it's like to be a Bitcoiner in the Netherlands. And yeah.
Okay, well, it's basically pretty classic previous bull run 2017 FOMO'd in like all the rest, somewhere around 15K. So first the standard shitcoinery stuff, XRP and whatnot, and obviously lost most of what I invested, and didn't shy away from it. So through the whole bear market, listening to podcasts, reading articles, like input every day. reading and listening. So almost all my commutes on like 2 times speed, all kinds of podcasts, Stefan Rivera, Preston Fish, you name it. So yeah, here we are a few years later, and hardcore Bitcoiner. So I'm co-host of the largest Dutch clubhouse Bitcoin in the Netherlands clubhouse room. So we just started chatting maybe in March or April. Everyone still in lockdown. Started chatting about Bitcoin, and it started to grow, and now I think we have around 1,200 members, and we do not at the moment, not weekly, but when price was still above all-time high, so to speak, and before the summer holidays started, we had like almost every week we had a special guest Thursday. So we it's like the first one was he's pretty well-known Dutch guy. I forgot his name right now. He's the founder of Hard 8. His name skipped my mind. But we even had the Vijay Boyapati on. We just started messaging everyone. Like we have this room in the Netherlands, and would you like to join us for 1.5 hours? So it was mainly like famous Dutch Bitcoiners, podcast hosts, and we had Aaron van Weerdem, who is now in El Salvador, who writes for Bitcoin magazine. And like I said, Vijay Boyapati he said, yeah, why not? And it was very, very nice to have him on.
Well, you know what I've noticed, man, and something that I really love about the Bitcoin community, and hopefully it doesn't change, is that everyone's so passionate about it, and everyone is more or less happy to, spread their knowledge and go on these shows. There are some egos in Bitcoin, but those get ferreted out pretty quickly. And, everyone else is just here to help. And, it's nice to see. So I'm glad that the Dutch community is growing even more and more. It's I know lockdowns were terrible for everybody, but I feel like they were not terrible for Bitcoin. I think they pushed a lot of people into Bitcoin's open arms,
There were 2 big podcasts in the Netherlands, Bitcoin related, the 2 biggest ones, and one of them did like regular meetups before COVID, and I think for 1.5 years they didn't have any. Like last July, I was on holiday myself. They had the first one after all the lockdowns, and last week they had the second one. So it was actually the first time I met all the guys from Clubhouse. So just avatars and voices. So last week was like very, very nice. We had this big meetup in Amsterdam. So it was great. Yeah. So at the moment, there's no lockdown, and it's pretty relaxed. It's not Australia, thank God. So yeah.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
like the last few months, very active meming, actually part of Meme Pool, the meme gang. We've been putting out a lot of memes the last few days as well.
Well, that's what Bernard needs at Bitnob. There you go. Like one guy. Were you watching the stream earlier? We were talking to Bernard from Bitnob.
No. I just joined.
Okay. Well, he's looking for a bunch of memers to help them grow.
Oh, great! Because basically, I'm now looking for to find a full time job in Bitcoin. Actually, I was in contact with Corey a few months ago. He put out a tweet that he was looking for Bitcoiners. So I had a chat with him on Twitter, and then we also contacted on LinkedIn. And then I said, okay, when because he wanted to have a chat, and just probably too busy. Too many DMs. So
there's a great, I'm sure you've seen it, but there's a great website, bitcoinerjobs.co, which lists, I think.
Yeah, I actually found out about it. I think through Daniel's podcast. You had Nathan on, right?
Correct. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, that's how I found out about it, and so I've already applied to some jobs. So
there's a company on there right now looking for a CMO, Chief Meme Officer. I can't remember which company.
Might be
Gallo,
Lightning Labs.
maybe.
Oh, Galoy, yeah.
Galoy. I actually wrote them today.
Galoy, yeah. Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think,
All
yeah,
right,
I sent
brother.
my message today. So yeah, there's also now this. That's where I saw it the second time. Lightningjobs.app, something like that. There's also a site purely for lightning related jobs and companies. But yeah, I have a background in marketing communications, but memeing is just too much fun to not.
When are we going to start seeing instead of chief meme officer, like the CSPO, the chief shitpost officer?
Yeah, something like that.
Let's call it what it really is.
Yeah, I mean, it would be like an absolute dream to make a living doing that.
Right. That's basically what marketing is, right? I mean, look at Mad Men. All they were doing were memes. Like that's it.
I mean,
they memed cigarettes into freaking people's mouths and like it killed them.
Yeah. I actually have, my girlfriend is like half orange pilled. And she understands the value proposition. I mean,
does that mean the same thing in Holland? Just before it's a family show, so that means like,
in certain clubs in Amsterdam, maybe it means something else. But
yeah, does that mean the same thing? Like she's half orange pilled, like she's almost like understanding Bitcoin, nothing else. Right, okay,
yeah. No, but she's Russian, so she literally lived through one or two defaults herself, so she absolutely understands the value proposition. Just the technical part is a bit scary for her, so I don't pressure her or anything. But when I started this meme stuff, obviously when I have a new nice meme, I send it to her, and she's like, "Oh, you boys, you know, like." But the interesting thing is, especially like when I'm also like chatting with these guys and we also have a girl in the meme pool gang, you understand that it's like stupid, crazy avatars and even crazier memes, but behind every memer there is this like journey of like mine or even longer, like a few years of intense self-study, macroeconomics. Everything that related to Bitcoin, geopolitics, game theory, you name it.
Memes are
you can't make the stupid memes without the knowledge, the basic, the background knowledge, the deep knowledge about Bitcoin itself.
There's something ideas I've been thinking about. Like I do love some of the more long form Bitcoin content. There's nothing better than a great article that really gets that you can really dig into, right? But there's a great quote from I think it was not Oscar Wilde, it was Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain, who said, "Forgive me for writing such a long letter. I didn't have time to write a short one." And I love that quote because if you can really condense an idea to its most basic consumable parts, you can get it across much easier. And memes are so powerful because some of the best memes draw on things like pop culture, right? Like you're saving time. You don't have to explain all these concepts. If everyone's seen this particular movie and they understand this scene, they get the context and you can get an idea across much quicker. Like the scene in The Matrix when, Morpheus hands the red pill and the blue pill. Like everyone who's seen the movie doesn't need to be explained what's going on there, and you get that it's about opening your eyes to the world, to the real world.
I watched the first episode of The Matrix, I think a week ago for the seventh time or something. It just keeps blowing my mind how much links you can see there with. Actually, I tweeted something about it that any other angle you look at the Matrix, you watch the Matrix, it becomes entertainment. And it's like basically either Bitcoin or the danger of AI, of artificial intelligence. That's like the most direct angle, and anything else is just like sci-fi entertainment. But there's so many layers in it when you look at it from a Bitcoin perspective. Actually, it's actually on Twitter. It's my profile. With this quote from Morpheus that he says that these people are not ready to be unplugged. They are so hopelessly dependent on the system that they will fight to defend it. That's just.
That's an interesting kind of thing to dive into, right? That people just aren't ready, and I think the world is at a point where there are a lot more people who are ready for Bitcoin, and thankfully, there's a lot of great educational resources out there, but it's just getting it in front of them and orange pilling your friends and doing it in ways that, you're not the annoying Bitcoin person. You're the person who is opening their eyes.
Yeah. Well, bull markets help, of course, because then you suddenly get the DMs and the messages like, "Can you help me out?" And you were the Bitcoin guy. Like at work, the same. At like at the peak when we were going, I don't know if it was before or after the all-time high. I had like almost daily. I had colleagues at my desk like, "Can you explain how this wallet stuff works and everything?" So somehow they know you're a Bitcoiner, and then it all starts.
Somehow they find out. I've got a buddy, my buddy John. John, if you're watching, love you. Shout out. He always texts me every time Bitcoin goes up. "I love you so much. Thank you for getting me into Bitcoin." But he's now, thankfully, like he's fully down. He's fully orange pilled, and he's the one who texts me things that I don't even know sometimes. So it's nice to see, and it's definitely spreading. We gotta keep doing it.
Yeah. And it's like the rabbit hole is endless. I mean, I've been listening to this Jordan Peterson and what's his name? I think John Murphy, Austin economist. He recently wrote a book that basically condenses Mises 900 pages.
Oh, yeah,
pages.
Bob Murphy's book. Yeah,
Bob Murphy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I listened like this week. I listened to it's 2.5 hours with Jordan Peterson. I listened to it twice just to get all the details, because they basically take apart the contradictions between Marxism and Austrian economics.
I love that.
It's really fascinating stuff.
I'm downloading it right now.
Yeah, it's and the funny thing, like at the end, when they finish, they almost at the end, like a few minutes before the end, he also asked Jordan Peterson also asked him about Bitcoin, because obviously he has done this session with Gigi and John Wallace and
that's right.
And at the end, so he asked his opinion on this as well. And at the end, he thanks him for the whole conversation. He says, "Well, I've gotten a lot better understanding of Austrian economics and probably economics in general. Not that I know anything about it." And then I think back, okay, he has said so many smart things about it, like that you don't hear from many mainstream economists. It's just the brain tries to keep up with these guys. I listened to it twice. Yeah. But yeah, highly recommend it.
So what time is it over there in the Netherlands? You guys are both joining from Europe.
Half past 10 in the evening.
Okay,
yeah,
that's not
same
too bad.
time.
Yeah.
And Daniel, you tweeted in from France. Do you think of yourself as French these days?
No.
No.
I don't think of myself as British, English, that like you guys. I'm a Bitcoiner, global citizen. Like, let's fucking go. Where next? Pinning our identities to like a centralized border. These invisible lines in the sand. It's like, again, like Bitcoin. This Bitcoin journey challenges everything you've ever known, ever believed, and like kind of being. I find it really oppressive now to be tied to the country of my birth. It just makes no sense. I haven't lived there in 21 years, but yet I still have to carry the travel document of that country, which will allow me in some others and not others, unless I've got a visa and God knows where we're heading in the not too distant, fucked up totalitarian future with, all of this political gerrymandering around different vaccine passports and whatever else. It's just like, I'm sick of it. Like, no, I don't want to be part of any of it anymore. I just want to live my life, be free, be sovereign, look after myself, my health, my family. I don't need the systems, thanks. Taking my kids out of the education system a couple of times. You lift the veil on that and you're like, whoa, you walk away from it pretty quick. But most people don't realize they have that choice, and now we can walk away from the banking system. Like, we don't need it, and it's here, it's now, it's real, it's true. This isn't a fucking game, right? We're not playing around trying to make more fiat like the rest of these NFT morons and Ethereum and all of these other shit coins. It's just pointless. Mm-hmm. If you want to come in and make a quick gain on something, go for it. That's a casino. We're not. You know, we're here for Bitcoin. We're here for this point in history where our species converges on a completely unique medium of exchange we've never seen before in our fucking timeline. Like, that's what we're here for. So bring that on. But this doesn't happen overnight, of course, and we're going to have to fight a lot of the disbelievers.
Whew. I love the energy, Princey. I love it.
You know it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wild world we live in. The state and the states are ostensibly here to make everyone's lives better, but at some point, inevitably, the citizens have become the property of the state for them to do with as they will. And Bitcoin, you know, it represents, I think Bitcoin is the true great reset, right? Bitcoin is what puts power back into the hands of the people and forces governments to bend the knee to what is best for their people. And it hasn't happened everywhere yet, but it is happening. And I think it will continue to happen. And yeah. Sorry, I'm just imagining the bright orange future of Bitcoin everywhere. In every country, everywhere. Bitcoin for everyone. It's beautiful. We'll get there.
Yeah, but today is insane. Like I posted a tweet in the Telegram group from Aaron van Weerdam, the Dutch guy, that he paid for his breakfast at McDonald's with Lightning. He was like 100% thinking that they were going to tell him no, it's not possible.
It was pretty amazing. I'm also laughing that I guess if you buy a Tesla in El Salvador, then now they have to accept Bitcoin again. So that's awesome. But yeah, Bitcoin is taking over. It's we're seeing it happen in real time. Sorry, someone is DMing me on Twitter that they are enjoying the live pod, sir. Thank you, Walton. Walton, why haven't you done a tweet from England, Walton? Okay. Represent your country. Go out there. Hashtag Bitcoin is for everyone. Hashtag United Kingdom or hashtag England. And I don't know, go in front of Big Ben or something, or just outside. Come on, buddy. I want you to go to Stonehenge. Go to Stonehenge and take a photo of yourself and tweet it out and participate. Or, you know, use a green screen, go on Zoom. You can fake Stonehenge. I won't tell anybody. Just go out there and do it. All right.
I work a 15-minute drive from the Dutch UNESCO Heritage Windmills location. So I just drove there after work. It was a very nice sunset. So that's the photo.
Is it tulip season? Because if you didn't take a photo in front of the tulips, that would have been perfect.
Perfectly ironic. The tulips are towards Amsterdam, the different direction. But with the windmills, that's what I put up on Twitter just an hour ago. So. That's how I ended up here, through the link in the DM.
I love that. Let's
I saw the picture.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't think I've seen this one yet. Let me pull it up. Give me a second. The streaming setup is
the funny thing is here, Michael, that your windmills are listed by UNESCO, whereas Stonehenge is about here to get delisted.
Getting an echo there.
Do we have Max
echo.
on?
Max.
I'm not. Oh, that's what's happening.
It's the amateurs. It's the amateurs that are joining. What's going on?
We've got some very special guests about to join us. Some of my favorite people in the Bitcoin space.
Wow.
Oh, wait. There he is.
How you going, Max?
Hey, everybody.
How are you?
Great.
Good evening.
Yeah, great.
You're supposed to be in France, you guys. Like, what's going on?
We're heading to New York tomorrow for 3 days, and then we go to Paris for 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
Mm-hmm. All right.
That's awesome. How is the tour going? How are the events so far?
The events were good. You know, we did one in Phoenix, and everyone had a great time. And we're going to be doing something in Paris. It's kind of a private event that they brought me over for. And then starting in October, we might, excuse me, I'm going to sneeze in a second here. We might do something in Houston. We're not sure yet. You know, it's kind of a very movable, portable thing on the fly.
I love that. Are we going to get to see Stacy today too? She's the fan favorite,
She's
Max.
actually
I'm sorry.
prepping for our trip. We're leaving tomorrow early in the morning, so she's doing some stuff.
All right. Well, hi, Stacy. We miss you, and we'll catch you next time. We've been promoting this all day, Max. Bitcoin is for everyone. I know you agree with us, and we're trying to get people in all these different countries. So if you know folks in Antarctica, that's the one place that I really want to find a Bitcoiner. But we've got how many countries on this list? 195 countries on the list. Let's bring it in. 1 second.
Well, there might be some kind of scientific base on Antarctica, but they're all they're all on government funding, so there's no Bitcoiners there probably.
Antarctica is the joke goal, because I don't think we'll get that, but we're going to get every other country. We've got 7 so far. We've got the United States, Mexico, Paraguay, France, Sudan, Turkey, and the Netherlands. But we can do better than this, folks. All right. I see you all in the chat. Thank you for being here, but we got to get these countries. We've got all of South America. We've got most of Asia, a lot of Africa yet to tune in, but I know we've got some folks participating. We actually had Ala Kanani from the Satoshi Center in Botswana participate. She lent us her voice for the video that we shared earlier. We had someone, we had Becky from South Africa, and we had Bernard, of course, from Nigeria. He had some friends send in their voice as well. Somebody sent in Igbo, which was a language I had never heard of, and I was happy to learn about it, which was super cool to see. It's just amazing to see Bitcoiners everywhere. So that is why we're doing this. And as the day goes by, hopefully we will turn this map orange, but we need your help. So
I just posted a screenshot in the Dutch Clubhouse Bitcoin room that I'm co-host of, so that I'm hanging out with Max Keizer. So it should attract a few more people, and with you guys, obviously. Just not everyday stuff. I also still have this screenshot from the Twitter space when Bukele was live in Twitter space with Nick Carter's space during the voting in Parliament. So I'm there. It's obviously how Twitter does it. I'm there between Jack Dorsey and Bukele on the screenshot. So like proof of being there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's nice.
Max, what do you think of Bitcoin Day in El Salvador today?
Yeah, it's great. I really like Bukele was trolling the IMF on Twitter, and I think that this marks the beginning of the cyber hornets, becoming sovereign powers and going after the central banks. The IMF is a central bank, and that is the enemy that Bitcoin was designed to kill off. And now we've got one country on board, and we'll have a bunch more countries on board. And he's correct. Their only thing they can do is print fiat money. And Bukele said the right thing. He said, go ahead and crash the price. I'm buying more. And so now that the genie's out of the bottle and there's a speculative attack going on against all the world's central banks, this is the end game for us, the Bitcoiners versus the central banks. So this is the beginning of the end of the central banking era.
Can you explain for us, Max, how the IMF would have tried to crash the price? What they were doing? What strings were they pulling?
Well, Bukele is, I think, engaging in a bit of rhetoric there. I mean, he's positioning the antagonist and the protagonist in this battle, and he's correct to identify the IMF. And in terms of what the IMF may or may not be doing, it's the same bag of tricks that any bank or central bank would be engaged in, using the paper markets to get involved in the price discovery. And it's a very short-term thinking, and can only at most have a short-term impact. And ultimately, their only weapon is to print more money. And that's a speculative attack for us, because we take their printed money, we buy Bitcoin until such time as there's the end of central bank era. They are committing, fiaticide. They've got the money gun to their heads, and they're blowing their brains out with the money gun. And So now this is the end game for central banks.
If you print it, we'll stack it, right? That's the rally cry from the Bitcoiners.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's great to have now a sovereign on board, and there's more sovereigns to come. So again, this is it makes sense that it was Latin America that would be the first region to get involved with this, because they've been abused horribly over the decades from the U.S., from the central bank, from the Fed, by the U.S. dollar. And so now they've got a tool to fight back. And we also see it. So that's their positioning. They're fighting the central banks. In Nigeria, they're just basically opportunists and entrepreneurs, and they realize that there's no infrastructure, and there never will be an infrastructure, and they can just create their own infrastructure. Bitcoin is do-it-yourself money, essentially. And so they're taking that tack, and that's exploding. So those two areas are just really exploding off the charts. And so this is, again, the end game. I don't think any central bank is going to be around effectively within 10 years.
And we were discussing earlier, Bernard from Bitnob in Nigeria asked the question, where do we think the next country is going to be? And me being in Europe, I was trying to, I put a tweet out the other day, which European country is it going to be? And I'd like to hear your thoughts, because it's pretty ripe. We've got a bunch of countries here in Europe that use the euro that aren't in the EU. So in the same kind of position as El Salvador, whereby, they're forced to use the US dollar, but they can't have, they do not have any currency autonomy at all. So when you've spent a lot of time here, London and France. When you look at like the euro, the single currency experiment here, and the ridiculous amount of centralized power that the ECB has, is there anything that you kind of been, on your radar with regards to Europe and some kind of balkanization again in this part of the world?
Well, who's outside of it? I think Finland, right? That's one. And the UK, and
Turkey, Montenegro.
So I haven't heard any. What about Switzerland? I think it's autonomous, right? So have we heard anything from any of those countries? The thing is that they are really conservative. Europe is, as Donald Rumsfeld would say, old Europe. It's deeply conservative, and I think they're still in the gold phase of thinking that gold has value, and they think gold is worth something, and they're probably thinking more in terms of gold. I don't think it really has hit them yet what's going on. Whereas in Latin America, you've got the hyperinflation of these countries going on in their local currencies that are obviously being abused, and they're totally motivated. And in Nigeria, they're absolutely motivated, and there's an urgency to it. I don't see the urgency in Europe. Europe is comfortable with the situation as it is. I don't feel the urgency anywhere in Europe.
So I just wanted to interrupt for a second, because we have Ivar. Ivar joining us from Iceland. Thank you for joining us. And we also have Chris. Her video isn't on just yet, but Chris, welcome, I believe, from Canada as well, will be joining us. So thank you. I've been forgetting to do this, by the way, but Michael and Ivar, how do you say Bitcoin is for everyone in your respective languages? We got to hear it. Icelandic and Dutch.
I go first.
Yeah, go for it.
Bitcoin is voor iedereen.
Love it. Icelandic.
Here it is. Bitcoin is fyrir alla.
I'll trust you on that one. Well, thank you again for joining us. Ivar, will you share a little bit of your Bitcoin story and kind of what it's like to be an Icelandic Bitcoiner, and how things are going over there? And I don't know, have you been orange pilling your friends, or are they still kind of on the fence? I know there's a lot of Bitcoin mining going on in Iceland. So what's it like? And Chris is with us too. Welcome, Chris.
Hi. So it's been I got into Bitcoin around 2017, and at that point there was a foundation called the Icelandic Blockchain Foundation, and they were sort of promoting Bitcoin for the Icelandic community. And like the name says, it's a blockchain foundation, so it was kind of heavily talking about blockchain and that sort of stuff. But this year we started a podcast in Icelandic talking about Bitcoin, and have 2 Bitcoin maximalists who are just we're doing interviews and like kind of introducing these basic concepts to the Icelandic audience. And we started a Telegram group, and we already have like 150 people, incredibly active, and a lot of people just getting orange pilled every single day. And yeah, I've been like dropping those pills. Well, at least like people around me, they're all stacking. So
that's really awesome, man. I'd love to hear that. Chris, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I think we can still hear you. If you don't want to do video, that's okay. But we'd love to hear your Bitcoin story. You're up in the frozen north. You're in Canada.
Yes, I am in Canada. I'm actually in Montreal. It's actually a very French area here. So Bitcoin est pour tout le monde is in French. I'm actually very new to Bitcoin. I actually started this only about a year ago. And literally it was by following a few people on Instagram that got me very, very curious and got me to reading the Bitcoin Standard and such. And I've actually started discussing it more and more with people at work, where we're actually trying to analyze a bit more of how it's happening, how it moves. I mean, I'm not one that I can say owns like 20 Bitcoin. I own a partial Bitcoin, but it's building slowly, and I'm starting to understand more the dips and how purchasing it, including like the hard wallets and things like that. It's been a long learning process over the last year.
It definitely takes some time, but that's all you can keep doing. You just keep learning, keep educating. Max, you've been orange pilling people for years now. What advice do you have for someone like Chris, maybe who's new to Bitcoin and just getting started?
Yeah, it's based on urgency. People that need it get it. People who don't really need it don't really get it. And in the United States, you have all these academics coming out because they're totally comfortable with the situation as it is. And but for people who are in a circumstance where their economy is in bad shape, the currency is in bad shape, they are open to ideas. And so I think that the orange pilling should, focus on those areas of the world that are open to the message, right? So obviously Latin America is open to it, and Africa is open to it, and that's where all the action is. For folks who are essentially on the other side of that trade, the reason why Latin America is in such dire straits and why Africa is in dire straits is because people in North America and Europe profit from the misery of Africa and Latin America. So they're on the other side of the trade. They're not anxious to upset the apple cart, as it were. So I'm not looking for many of those folks to really jump on board so much. That's the biggest obstacle we have in North America, is that we're the bad guys in this situation, and we take a lot of pleasure in being the bad guys. So our show goes out globally, to 50, 60 different countries, and the adoption rate, it corresponds with those countries that are open to the message. We have we've created Bitcoin millionaires all over Latin America, Africa, that's the way it's going to roll out. So I mean, the Bitcoin Standard is a great book. You know, it totally trashes Keynesian economics, and it totally shatters the way economics is taught, has been taught. You know, it's for so many years. It just, you know, puts it out there. So it just, I think, you know, if somebody is totally comfortable with the way the situation is, they're not interested. So I move on.
I love that. Thank you, Max.
Thank you, Max.
And a big welcome to Bobo Dread, who's coming to us live from possibly Jamaica. Where are you at today, buddy? I know that beach isn't real, so that's the Zoom. That's the Zoom beach. Okay, I know that beach.
Let's just say I'm virtually in Jamaica for now. and I would like to say in Jamaican patois, Bitcoin are for everybody.
I love it. We should have had you do that for the video. I didn't realize what language is that?
It's patois. It's a slang of English, but it's broken English that's mixed with a bunch of things from the colonial past. You know, when Spain brought Spanish and English brought their stuff, and then some French is in there. But it's basically broken English called patois. Patois.
Is it like a full-on language, or is it like something that you incorporate into like everyday? Like, is it like a fully spoken language? Do people write in it? Or is it just like something that you use with your friends? I don't really know it.
Oh, it's fully spoken and written, similar to Creole is in Haiti.
Okay.
You know, it's but it's not. It's the official spoken language or business language of Jamaica is English, but patois is a language that is spoken and written in Jamaica.
Very cool. Looks like we are having another guest join us. Another one of my favorite folks in the Bitcoin space. He's connecting to audio and video. A big old welcome to Mr. Alex Gladstein, who I know is very much on board with the Bitcoin is for everyone mission. How are you doing today, man?
I'm great. Thanks a lot. How are you guys doing? What have you been chatting
Are you in El
about?
Zonte right now, Alex? Are you still
No,
there?
I just got back a couple of days ago.
I was enjoying your tweets, and I sent Carla a few bucks worth of Lightning after seeing you order your coffee. And then I saw her wonderful thank you message to the community. So that was brilliant, man. Well done. I hope you had a great time. What can you share with us?
Well, I just thought it was kind of amazing that you can send a Lightning payment to a Chiva wallet and receive a Lightning payment from a Chiva wallet. That's kind of mind blowing. I don't think the U.S. government or the EU or the Japan or an industrial nation would design a Bitcoin wallet for its people that would be able to send and receive to any Lightning address. That to me is extraordinary. I don't know if it'll stay like that. I mean, it's kind of crazy when you think about it. So the fact that the wallet works is crazy. The fact that the store integration works is just as crazy. Starbucks and McDonald's, pretty impressive. I think the Pizza Hut was done as a kind of a commemorative type thing as well. So I think it's a historic day, obviously, and I think that it's just going to be a big challenge because people don't know what Bitcoin is. And most people in El Salvador don't know what Bitcoin is, just like most people in California don't know what Bitcoin is. If you go out and you interview 100 people, 90 of them are going to be like, I don't really know anything about Bitcoin. So I think it's an opportunity to do a lot of education and to try and help people understand why they should have non-custodial wallets, and to help them learn how to download non-custodial wallets and how to teach other people about why being your own bank is important. So that's what I hope to be involved in, is like activism with regard to, basically not using the government wallet. Okay. Or not, using a wallet that you can actually control. So that's my take. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I remember like when it was first announced, is it fair to say you kind of had your doubts about his intentions?
On Friday in San Salvador, nobody thought it would work. Like 3 months ago, literally last night, I was talking with Aaron from Bitcoin Magazine, who's down there, and we were like, I don't think it's gonna work tomorrow. And he like randomly went to McDonald's this morning and like it worked, and he just was really shook by that. So
did it go down for a while, guys? Am I right in thinking that?
Yeah,
was there an announcement?
I think it was like broken for like a little while when they first announced it, and the rollout was like first they released it on the Huawei app store, and then the Apple App Store, and then everything else. So it was like a little bit of a rollout. We'll see. I mean, look, one of the things I learned was that a lot of Salvadorans are very hesitant about this for a lot of reasons, but one of the big ones is that a lot of at least like middle and lower class Salvadorans did not have a good experience during the dollarization, which was enforced by the state 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. And they're like, hey, the last time my government changed the money, like we got screwed, basically. Now, today, most people would argue that the country's better off because of dollarization, but like that took a long time to like become clear. For years after, people really said, if you look at opinion polls, they said it had a negative impact on their life. So they don't view the dollarization as something that was good. And now, okay, we have the government coming in and imposing a new change to our money. Like, okay, they're pretty skeptical of that. It is impossible to be open-minded about this Bitcoin law or about Bitcoin adoption generally if you don't like the laws, unless you know a little bit about Bitcoin. Like your natural defensive position is going to be, why is my government spending all this money on this? All these other things. So you have to understand that like a lot of the hesitancy from the people is a totally legitimate. I mean, 3 of the last 4 presidents looted the country of El Salvador. One's dead, one's in prison, and the other one's in exile. So there's just a huge amount of like very legitimate concern, like basically about the government unilaterally adopting a new kind of money without informing the people about it until the last second. Now, we all know that it's like this tool of empowerment, but at least it took me years to come to that firm, understanding. So I just want to help wherever I can. We'll leave it at that.
Hey, Alex, what was it like when you first kind of came to that realization? And you've been with HRF for a while. Like, how long did it take? A while to orange pill them as well? Like, what was that process like?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that my colleagues are not all they're open to it, right? Mm-hmm. Some of them are very into it, but yes, it is in general a process that takes a long time. But look, if you go to El Zante, I mean, this is a community they don't have paved roads. They have no supermarkets. They have no traffic lights. Like it's very developing country. Okay. It's the merchants don't have 4 walls and a roof. Okay. So, but they have phones. Okay. I think for every Salvadoran, there's 1.5 phones. So they have phones. And when you talk to them, the small business owners who use Bitcoin, who accept Bitcoin, like they were also apprehensive about it, but people helped them and they learned about it. And within a few days, they're like very adept at using it. Like they should be training Silicon Valley. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, I just saw that if they could do it, everybody can do it. But it takes effort and care and love and support from a community, And I don't think that's going to come from the central government. Like that has to come from a people movement, right? So we just need to be open and understanding of people's concerns and frustrations, because there are going to be a lot of them over the next couple months. Like they're basically going through something that will only really go through once on Earth, and then like other countries will be able to like learn from their experience. So they're like this tip of the spear, right? In this I'm sure Max has a better metaphor, but they're like at the vanguard, right? So I think we just need to provide as much support and help as they can. I was talking to a local journalist last night who's very critical of the government, which I am too. That's fine, but like they're openly admitting they don't know anything about Bitcoin, and they're like, okay, we need you to help. We need resources. We don't know what to do. Like this has been sprung on them. So again, more education, more just like solidarity. We're going to reach out. We're going to like help people, as many people learn how to be their own bank as we can.
I think that's really key. I mean, Dred, you were there the night I just told this story, but I think it's worth telling again. Like it was my last night there, and we were out and we were talking to some local folks in the town over from El Zante, and they were against Bitcoin because they were against the president, and when we explained what Bitcoin was and how even the president can't inflate the supply or change the rules, they kind of like a light bulb went off, right? But like there's millions of people in El Salvador who may be feeling the same way, and there's only one Chimbera and one Jorge in El Zante, right? Like they're out there educating, but it's going to take time for more people to get orange pilled and to continue spreading the word. So it takes time. Brady, welcome back.
Yeah, I totally agree. It takes time and it takes education, like Alex was saying. I think that without education, there's going to be a lot of novel attack surfaces for people to attack. And there'll probably be some novel attacks that we've never seen before that we have to look out for. I'm not sure what those are going to be. To his point, this is a once in a lifetime thing that's happening to this country and to the world. So we're going to see some once in a lifetime attacks that we have to be aware of. And I really feel like no matter what those attacks are, education is like a blanket weapon or blanket defense that we can use. I mean, when I met people there, sorry for my voice, there was a guy who didn't really, he wasn't a supporter of Bitcoin. And it wasn't because of Bukele or anything else political. This was a guy on the street with his dog, and he just didn't have a cell phone and he didn't really know about it. And he was just like, I don't know about that. I want to use my dollars and that's all I want to use. So, even people that aren't used to using mobile phones still need to be educated for it really to spread across developing nations like this and other places like my home too.
I love awkward silences. Let's
I think I caught a bug here, so my voice is probably like a frog in it right now. Everybody can hear.
No, you're good. I am missing the frogs that we usually hear from you in Jamaica, though. It always lends some ambiance. Let's check in on the map, I think, because we've had a few more countries get added. Let me pull this up right now. Actually, Brady, are you running the map? Sorry, it might be you.
Yeah, let's see. I gotta get it a refresh.
No,
let's see.
Oh, there we go. What are we up to? I know we're more than 7.
9. Looks like we got.
Come on, Bitcoiners. 9 countries.
Sudan.
Rookie numbers.
There's
rookie numbers.
Yeah.
Mexico, United States, Uruguay, Jamaica. Shout out Dread.
We got to get El Salvador on this map. What's going on?
Portugal, France, Netherlands. Yeah, for real.
What was crazy though was seeing the impact psychologically that Bitcoin had made in El Zante. I mean, like this is a community that, like, after the great financial crisis for about 10 years was considered more dangerous than Iraq and Afghanistan, basically. And you interview people who live there, and like violence was out of control, right? And now they have not just they were like a dark place on the map, like not to be visited, because it was like my friend from Costa Rica who I went to El Zante with last week. He was like, I would have never gone to El Salvador 5 years ago, like not without like security, like, okay. So now like everybody's paying protection money to gangs, the small business owners. So now it's not just like not a bad perception internationally, but it's like, we're all talking about this country. It's like exciting. So the shift psychologically from living in a place that's seen as a disaster to living in a place that's like an exciting opportunity cannot be overestimated. Like that shift is so profound. And that's because of the community and the Bitcoin that philosophy that they adopted. And you watch these people, a lot of whom are like, you talk to them about their families, like, this is a group of people who basically for generations lived and were caretakers of rich people from the capital. Like they that's who lived there. And they never owned anything. And maybe they were fishermen also, but like caretakers and fishermen. And now they're like owning stuff. They're like buying like infrastructure. And like this guy who founded Bitcoin Beach, his mom, who was the first vendor in the town, she bought a truck. Like, they'd never like had assets like that before. So it's like really striking. So I thought that was worth sharing too.
I mean, Bitcoin, it goes to show Bitcoin is hope. And I've never actually, I mean, it's like the privilege of where I live, unfortunately, but like, I'd never thought about that. Like, you're living in a country that's on the watch lists where they urge Americans not to go there. Like, what does that do to you psychologically? It's not good.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah. Like, and so to be able to change that is incredible.
No, and now there's like it's low season right now in coastal Central America. Like, it's hot, it's raining. The water is brown because the rivers are pouring out sediment. So normally people visit in the winter. It is packed down there right now. I mean, you can't get a hotel room. So, I mean, imagine what high season later this year is going to be like. It's going to be absolutely nuts. So I'm really excited for them. And even the people there who still aren't really sold on Bitcoin, they're like, oh my God, it's had an amazing effect on our community, right? So I think that's the big story, is this, like, how a handful of people in this town that doesn't have paved roads ends up becoming ground zero for the financial revolution. I mean, it's an impossible story. It's like a Hollywood story. It's truly amazing.
It's gonna be wild the next couple of years, I think. El Salvador has made a legendary move. What really struck me, though, was on our last day there, I was talking to Chimbera, and he said something that I think really just resonated with me, that Bitcoin law or no Bitcoin law, he's going to keep educating and keep helping people no matter what. Like, they've been laying this groundwork for like over 3 years now, and this Bitcoin law is amazing. But Bitcoin is bigger than even El Salvador, and they recognize that, and they're just here to help. So I'm grateful that people like that are down there and doing this legwork. And, I think we're going to see more and more people get orange pilled. So.
Yeah. I mean, just today they're doing they're basically like almost like a celebration to celebrate the day. They're giving out more Bitcoin in the community to spend locally. And I don't know, it's obviously a very happy time for them down there. Which again is a big change from 5 years ago. So, I mean, you have hotels being developed, land being bought, plans being made. It is exciting.
Dred, there was a story, I think, about a dentist down there. I was wondering if you could share that. I've only heard a little bit about it, but I know you're a bit more plugged in.
No, same. I've only heard a little bit about it too. I knew of one guy that was working there. He was a part of the original beach cleanup efforts and volunteer work, and he ended up making enough Bitcoin. He fixed all of his teeth. It's a big story down there too, because fixing your teeth is more of a first world country type of healthcare. And now there's an entire initiative going on with a dentist location there that is helping to fix teeth of a lot of people in the community. Michael, I don't know if you know more about it. You said that you were trying to donate there.
Yeah, I saw it on Twitter, and there is this dentist there that's like very underprivileged local population. Obviously, that dental work is expensive. They just don't have the money. So there is this dentist who is helping this local community, and I don't remember who posted it, but I saw it on Twitter, and there was this lightning invoice. So I also sent like, I don't know, 10 or 20 euro. And you can just see people sending in the donations. And the same was in the beginning, just a few months ago with I think it was also Aaron from Weerdum. He posted this these people that they have this stall on the roadside selling something. And it was like the first lightning invoice that he saw, and he also posted it on Twitter. So it was like free ice cream for all the neighborhood kids. And in the end, they got so many donations that they were able to buy like a deep frying equipment, so they could expand their income basically. So, I mean, I personally can say that I never gave anything to charity, or almost nothing, because you know that only cents on the euro or cents on the dollar that end up somewhere where people need it when it goes through these big organizations, these big charities. And here you can just get the invoice from the person that has that wallet on the other side of the planet, and you can send a few cents, or you can send $100, and it ends up where it has to be. And you can, and I think 1 or 2 weeks ago, already saw the photos coming by of people that actually went to this dentist. So I thought, okay, well, this is fucking amazing. I mean, I helped pay for that. So that's like complete, also turning something like charity up on its head.
It's a really powerful thing to think about. Brady, I see are you joining us again, or your mic is on? Anyway.
I'm here.
Yeah, I know that one of the guys from PlebNet, KP, you've had him on the show a couple of times already. Mm-hmm. He actually partnered with this dentist organization to send a lot of stats down there, and 100% of the stats got to the dentist. You know, no middlemen, nothing that stopped them from getting it. So that's amazing.
Alex, are there any new organizations on your radar? Any interesting stories that you're not saving for your amazing articles that you can share with us?
Well, my article is really going to focus on the story of El Zante, which is pretty small. I mean, it's basically one street that like wraps around a variety of businesses and the homes. No, I just think it's really a unique situation, because normally when I'm talking to somebody who's a journalist or an activist, it's because they're in a difficult environment and they need Bitcoin because their bank account was frozen, or they don't want the government to know what they're doing. Now I'm trying to like be a bridge and talk to some of these journalists and activists who are like against the law, against the president. And I'm trying to figure out like, just what are their concerns, like, et cetera, and look, like they don't know anything about Bitcoin. And again, like that's not really their fault. Like most people don't know anything. Only 2% of humans have used it, right? So most people don't know anything about Bitcoin, right? If you know a lot about Bitcoin, you obviously are in the 2%. Like you're not going to learn a lot about Bitcoin and then not own any, right? So I think that it's just shows you how early we are. And again, they don't have anything against technology. They just have complaints about the way it was brought in, and again, valid concerns over like a long history of government corruption and abuse, right? Which you could say for any country. Like, for example, if any government does a national Bitcoin adoption in the future, there's going to be all kinds of criticism of, they're like, we don't know where the funds are going for the trust, or like, oh, who gets the contract to build the ATMs, or like literally all the arguments you could ever think of are happening right there, right now. Right? Like they don't know who owns the ATMs. They don't know who's absorbing the fees. Is the money to be building the rollout? Is that coming from the taxpayer, or is it coming from the loan they got from the bank, or like where that, like nobody has any idea. So in that climate of just distrust, I think right now between the president and his supporters, who are the majority, and let's say the opposition minority, I think the single best thing we can do is just focus on knowledge and education, and I tried to reach out and offer that, and we'll keep doing it. So I think, what I want to do is talk to more and more of the critics, and just look, some of them are dishonest, like just like David Gerard or whoever, like El Salvador has David Gerard's also, right? So, and if you, some of these prominent like anti-Bitcoin law journalists in El Salvador, you go back in their timeline, 2014, 2015, they're calling Bitcoin evil, right? So they're not like neutral here. They claim to be neutral, but they're not. So not everybody though is like that. I'd say that's a tiny, tiny percentage. Most people just don't know. They just don't know. And they just don't know who to go to. I mean, you got to understand, the prominent opposition media in El Salvador is bringing in Steve Hanke and Amy Castor as their experts. So that's what the people of El Salvador are listening to right now. Okay. Wow. Steve Hanke and Amy Castor. Okay. So
who are bringing those people in? Like
the prominent media, like radio stations that are critical of the president. So get some better experts. That's basically what I said. Like, man, you're really that's really not going to make it. That's just brutal. So, you can have this position of being like super against the government, any government. Most Bitcoiners don't like government generally. You can be very against the government and also like be open-minded and learn about Bitcoin, because it'll help whatever cause you're doing, right? Like I wouldn't be shocked if like in a year, Bukele is jailing protesters and stuff like that. And like some of these groups are forced to use Bitcoin because they can't use their bank account or whatever. So we shall see. We shall see.
Do you think there are also like the big powers outside El El Salvador at play here with this, setting up these kind of grass protests?
It didn't feel like that. The protests are pretty small, man. It's not like these are huge. They're pretty small. They seem pretty clear that they come from just straight up the opposition to the president. Like unions, like people who classically have been against him. It did not feel fake. There were a couple people who were paid to be there to sell t-shirts and stuff, but like, I mean, again, and it was quite small. I would say 150 people in a country of 6 million here. Okay. So, but like public polling suggests that like most people don't like the law or are afraid of it in some way. And again, maybe that's fake news or whatever, but like, it makes sense. Like, again, you go out and you talk to people, they don't really know what Bitcoin is. It could be, very well what you're saying, but like, it wouldn't surprise me if it was all organic and just all quite reasonable criticism against the president who's decided to do this. I mean, look, advisors to the project suggested to him to not do it in 3 months. I mean, that's okay, you're doing something that no country's ever done in the history of the world. You're going to do it in 3 months? Like and hey, maybe they pulled it off, but like, that's very aggressive. So it doesn't leave a lot of time for the population to ask questions, to feel consulted, to like learn what is Bitcoin. Like, you should see, I'm going to be using some of these findings in my article, but like they did a breakdown of like, how much do you think one Bitcoin is worth? And like, you're talking 15 to 20% of the population that is not even close. They think a Bitcoin's like $10, or like, we're talking that level of knowledge about Bitcoin. Like, they have no clue how much it is. They think you have to buy the whole one to have any. They don't realize you can use an iPhone to connect. Like, that's the average level of knowledge about Bitcoin. So just remember that as we proceed here.
What's up, Tomer? Welcome back. How's it going?
Good. I'm glad to be tagging back in. Picking up kind of halfway through this conversation, so I'm not sure of the full context, but I guess it sounds like there's some questions about how informed and ready El Salvador is for what's happening there today. Oh, I just lost Alex. I hope I didn't say anything offensive.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Go ahead. No, I'm here.
Cool.
Right. I've only listened to the last 3 minutes, so I don't know if you want me to respond to that, or if my context is so out of context that it's just going to be a non sequitur to whatever was being discussed.
Well, yeah, I think the idea is that the challenges are that El Salvador doesn't have a lot of knowledge about what Bitcoin is. They're being educated in part by some opposition newspapers using people, like Amy Castor, who we know have not basically decided to hate Bitcoin and ignore all of the, arguments or evidence presented to her for years. And the chance that Bukele could, very well turn out to be, or use this law, I guess, to imprison perhaps protesters who don't like Bitcoin down the road. So
I hadn't heard anything to that effect.
Well, he's got those kind of tendencies and leanings. Like, he's shown that side of himself, and like the latest being that he packed the court and had a decision handed down that they'll allow re-election of presidents when there was a one-term limit for presidents in El Salvador.
We've seen this movie before. Like, he's basically like eroding democracy much faster than Hugo Chavez did in the 2000s. Like, it took Chavez 8 years to be able to change the limit on the terms. It took Bukele 2. There's stuff like that.
If you're concerned, I'm not trying to defend Bukele. I don't really know him. I thought he delivered a very nice speech and was very well groomed at the Miami conference.
Yes, he's extremely slick.
But what would, as a wannabe tyrant, what would his goal be in still instituting a currency that he couldn't control? I mean, I guess he can't control the U.S. dollar either.
You could say they were unrelated, meaning like he used one as a distraction for the other. They're timed at the exact same time. So you could say he's trying to like distract the international community from his crimes at home through the Bitcoin thing. The other explanation would be he just did the Bitcoin thing to get famous. He's now famous. Like he's super famous. Like most Americans cannot name another Central American leader right now. He's on the cover of magazines, and it worked. Bitcoin works. it delivered the goods, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe it was just a vain thing. But like claims about freedom and human rights simply just do not track with what he's done in the last 5 months. So, I mean, you don't.
So he may have chosen he may have chosen a very bad distraction for a wannabe tyrant.
Well, the ironic thing is the Bitcoin law is the most unpopular thing he's ever done. He's very popular, but the Bitcoin law is very unpopular. So it's like, it's funny. Like, so I don't know. Okay, maybe also fine. Like he's a visionary and he gets it and he's going to be the Michael Saylor of countries or whatever. And he just understands.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a possibility too. But like, it just seems like quite clear through his actions that he's moving in the Hugo Chavez direction. And he's trying to get rid of his critics. I mean, the next stage would be the media. So we'll see. Is he going to go after the media or not?
But so it sounds like the media is highly critical, at least of his Bitcoin
that's the
law.
media's job, is to be highly critical of the government. If you're not critical of the government...
have you been to America lately? Have you been to America since Joe Biden got elected and when...
I wish our media had been critical the last 1.5 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure if you're serious or not, but like people make fun of the president every day in America and they get paid well for it. Like I like in many countries you go to prison for that. So there's
I see what you're saying, but the mainstream media seems to have a narrative that's very supportive of the president and his
but that's still free. That's still free in America. Like in Jamaica right now, if you speak out against the government, you get arrested and embarrassed on national TV because you spoke out against the government.
Yeah,
so America
I don't
still
think
has
it's
a very
comparable.
free media.
What I'm saying is,
That's
and
fair
it's still not quite there in El Salvador. Like I was at a protest, it was fine. It wasn't huge, but like nobody was getting the shit kicked out of them. Like the opposition is not being jailed in terms of the media. But like logically, when you study the history in this area, what happens when a government sacks the judges that don't like him and then changes the law so he can run forever, usually the next step is to go after the media. So like, we just have to, you couldn't assume otherwise. Like it would be atypical for him to now proceed in a way that was very friendly to his critics. That's probably not going to happen. That would be like an extraordinary, that would be a unique, aberration historically for Bukele to now not proceed down the road of authoritarianism.
Okay, so I haven't been following this closely. I've been very optimistic about this news, not being aware of much of this context that you're presenting right now, and I've been very optimistic about Bitcoin having this historic day.
You can be both, though. That's what I'm saying. There's weird thing where like they've never seen this happen before, and it could be incredibly empowering for the people, aside from whatever the government's doing. Like it's kind of like the Cuban government bringing in internet in 2017 to the people. Like, no one was cheering the Communist Party for that, but like we were like, oh, that's really great that the people are going to have internet.
Yeah,
similar idea. Or the Chinese Communist Party in the 80s. Oh, no one was cheering. Well, some people were, but like most people were not like, oh, go Communist Party. They were like, oh, that's great that they're bringing capitalism into China. That's good. So I think that's the kind of fair way to look at this. Like, to just say clearly, like being a leader in Bitcoin and open source currency is going to be very positive, I think, for the nation over time. But like, that might be orthogonal to whatever the president does.
Right. So I guess there's all these competing forces, and they're not exactly clear where things are headed and what powers people are pursuing for what reasons. Although it's probably much clearer to you, Alex. I mean, I confess my lack of information. I'm a spectator to this, like most.
It's just very complicated. There's no hot take it's just complicated. That's all.
Yeah. I did want to say part of what I heard you saying was how fast it was being brought in and how little the knowledge is amongst El Salvadorans. And there was just, I guess, like a little bit of I mean, this is maybe more devil's advocate than really a strongly held opinion. I'm just reacting to what you said, but it's like, well, there's no better way to teach people about Bitcoin than to give it to them, right? Than to have it out there, rather than to try to educate the public over a long period of time in something that they're not necessarily interested in. Give someone $30 worth of Bitcoin, and they'll either lose it or they'll start to figure out what to do with it, but there will be some activity and some learning taking place, as opposed to hold a long-term, say, like we're going to take 3 years to like, you know, that's Christine Lagarde yesterday, I think, tweeted that they're going to take 2 years to study something. I can't even remember what they were going to take 2 years to study, something to do with digital currencies.
Right. But remember, this is not like being your own bank here. Like the Chiva wallet is highly centralized, surveilled, you have to pair your ID number to it. And then only then can you get the airdrop. What I was saying is, what is remarkable is that from there you can then enter the open global monetary network. But remember, the Chiva wallet is more like, it's like a Cash App. It's like Cash App, basically. Sure. You know, you have to KYC and give all your information, and then at that point you can use it to connect to banks and convert fiat into Bitcoin. That's what you can do with it, and withdraw it at cash points and receive money from abroad. But the fact that it can like connect by lightning to the world
that's what I think is cool.
Really freaking extraordinary. I did not think it was going to be like that. No one thought it would be. This shows you how opaque it was. The people on the ground working for the companies that launched the app didn't think it was going to have lightning as of Friday when I was there in San
Alex, now that it's open now, have they revealed who helped them to build it this fast?
I mean, clearly IBEX was involved, Athena was involved, OpenNode was involved. There was like 6 to 8 companies involved, but like then there's some Venezuelan opposition leaders that were involved who like own the company. There's a whole. It looked like the government basically put together a patchwork team to do this, because there's no like, you can't go to like some big consulting company and pay them because no one's done it before. So it's like you have to do it yourself, right? But it's not. That's another thing that causes fear in people, is the government won't tell them they don't know. Like that there's no transparency whatsoever about any of this. It's you're just learning about it as it happens directly from the president. So again, to underline why people are concerned.
Fair enough. It's so hard for me to shake my incredible optimism over this thing. I hear you, and at the same time, I'm just so
keep your
excited.
head on a swivel, man. I mean, again,
listen, it's all fair. The fact is, I've been able to send tips to strangers
100%.
who I just out of my love for what's happening out there to be able, so like that's amazing. And if I can now send them not just tips in terms of sats, but maybe given what we're learning, tips in terms of information, like you can move your money, your money with Lightning to something that's actually in your custody, that's actually less at risk, and you can hold it, and you can do this and you can do that. I think people do need to start playing with it. It's amazing to me. I've been playing with Lightning for close to 6 months now, and I'm talking to lots of other people who are coming on, and there's a lot you have to learn about using it. It's different from using Bitcoin on the base layer, and you have to learn how to use Bitcoin if you're using it on the base layer. So there's all these nuances that I think sharp people are going to clue into quickly. There's obviously going to be people who buy all the FUD, especially if they're having all these FUDsters with getting in the press. But there's going to be people who see through it, and so we're going to see. I
was just going to say, no, go ahead, finish.
No, so I just we're going to see kind of a free market of information and learning, and smart people and less smart people, and more entrepreneurial and more interested people do different things, because there's going to be a flood of Satoshis. It's raining Satoshis on El Salvador today.
Right. So
and some people will throw them away, and some people will gather them up.
To put my critical hat back on, it's raining promises to pay Satoshis, but yes, fair enough. No, but here's the interesting thing. So you've got a small Central American country going live with Lightning integration before Coinbase.
Coinbase is a terrible actor in this space.
Literally almost every exchange. There's like 4 exchanges that have Lightning. All the big exchanges are sleeping. And now look at what Signal tried to do with this altcoin. Like they were saying, Lightning would be too difficult to do. Okay, well, now they have egg on their face because a small Latin American country did it. So everybody who's like using altcoins or like not using Lightning for whatever reason, they've just been completely exposed. completely exposed. So I'm interested to see what kind of effects that has.
Yeah, I think the wake up call is these guys are dragging their heels. Many of them aren't really truly Bitcoin supporters. Others are caught up in, it's probably very hard to run some of these businesses for whatever reason, decisions they've made. So they get caught up. It took them years to do batching, even though
how about this? The freaking wallet is SegWit already out of the box. I mean, it took like 2 of the 3 of the major companies and exchanges until this summer to do SegWit.
But so the beauty of this though is, like, anybody who does do this stuff, which is actually easier rather than harder, wins because the market just ends up moving. Oh, everyone can use Lightning. Everyone can use SegWit addresses. Everything's easy and fast and cheap. We move in that direction. And those who drag their heels and don't take advantage of the technology or don't understand, like we saw this happen with the internet, those people get devoured by the people who do embrace the newer technologies. And that's why we saw so many internet companies who failed to properly take advantage of the internet pull a Yahoo, or pull an MSN, or pull an AOL, or pull a Netscape. I mean, I could rhyme these off endlessly. These were companies that looked like they were leaders, the companies in the positions of Coinbase right now, who blew it because they took their time. They didn't innovate. They missed the disruptive opportunities, and Bitcoin offers all these incredible disruptive opportunities because it's so cheap, because it's so fast, like especially with Lightning, and it's so decentralized. And it's hard to wrap your head around, well, what's the right business strategy? I think for a lot of these companies that I'm naming on the internet space who failed, they failed because it looked like the actual winner in the early days had a really bad strategy. It looked like their strategy gave up all this money. All right, they didn't charge for a subscription. They didn't have gated content. They didn't focus on quality. They didn't focus on whatever those incumbent companies thought was both the business model and the quality that they delivered. And it's, we're going to find out that what people want is fast, cheap Bitcoin transactions, not expensive ways to convert your Bitcoin into the latest piece of garbage that some scammer has created. And that's Coinbase's business model, right? So go figure.
Any exchange that does not have plans to unroll Lightning for purchases and withdrawals in the next 6 months, I just don't know what they're doing. But I think this is gonna, provide a lot of incentive. Hey, Brady, dude, thanks for organizing this. I have to run to something, but it's been fun hopping on with all of you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Oh, it's nice to see you again, Alex.
Likewise, happy Legal Tender Day. Take care.
Happy Legal Tender Day.
Let's talk.
What else are we talking about? I'm coming here. You guys maybe have been here for a while, so you guys are a little spent, and I'm coming in here all punchy. Max, I haven't heard you say.
Was the fact that
Max, I was going to go to you, Max. Sorry, go ahead, Dred. My bad.
Dred.
Yeah. Oh no, I was gonna I think I mentioned it before, that people in El Salvador that are learning to use Lightning, when they get that $30, I highly doubt they're going to be throwing it away, Tomer. Like the average salary is much lower than the U.S. People in the U.S. might throw that away.
Yeah,
but
there might be people
motivated. But.
Yeah, I guess what I was hearing from Alex was maybe they're going to convert it back to USD and withdraw it, and then they're done with Bitcoin for and then the next time they'll come back to it, it's like, oh shit, the $30 that was given to me in Bitcoin is now worth $300 or $90, and what could I've done? And so I hope that but it sounds like with all the FUD there, that if you read the newspaper and you've got Amy Castor, and I can't even remember the lunacy that she was talking about before she blocked me, if you're reading that, you're like, I better drop this hot potato, because you can't even do. I don't remember what she was on about. What I remember, all I remember was, wow, that's such a bad take she's got on Bitcoin. It's so wrong. So if people are being fed these bad takes, we're always trying to orange pill everybody in our lives, and there are people who've heard some really weird and wrong stuff about Bitcoin. So I can hear Alex's concern there. I'm so optimistic. I mean, the message I'd love to send, if anyone in El Salvador is listening to me, don't convert your Bitcoin into dollars. Take your time. It's not going to melt down tomorrow. This thing has gone up over the long term tremendously, and it gives you a freedom that you haven't had before. But I don't know, it has to be just like the rest of Bitcoin, right? We never had the New York Times supporting Bitcoin. We never had CNN supporting Bitcoin. We never had the Wall Street Journal supporting Bitcoin. So it's going to probably be the same in El Salvador. And it's accessible to everyone if they do the right things, and they have to jump through different hoops. Like there's a quick start, it sounds, but you have to get it off of the centralized platform to really start to experience what you can do with the custody. And it's a unique situation. But I hope that not too many people get frightened away by media whose job it is to frighten people in general.
I think naturally, just like everywhere else, right? Just like for years now, Bitcoin is going to fall into the strongest hands. It's going to naturally distribute itself into the hands that are supposed to have it at the time. So if there are people in El Salvador that aren't supposed to have Bitcoin and they sell it for $30 when they can, and they realize that it could be worth $200 or whatever in the future, that's their educational tuition. And I think that's just a natural distribution that's going to happen.
Yeah. No, that's pretty well put.
There is this Twitter account that shows how much the first stimulus check in the US, the $1,200 is worth today, and if you had put it in Bitcoin.
22,000.
I mean, I don't have the technical skills, but someone should set up something like that in Spanish for this $30.
That's a cool idea. That's a cool idea. Yeah. It depends on what you choose as the starting point, because there's been so much price volatility within the one day. Like if you claim the $30 at 10 a.m.
Yeah, okay. Take the average. Yeah, take the median of today.
Let's say it's $48,000.
Yeah, something like that.
I don't even know what the price is right now. I haven't checked it in 2 hours.
Not everyone has registered in the app today. So someone might do it at the end of the week or the end of the month or whenever. But it would be interesting to have a site or a Twitter account that shows that.
Yeah, that is actually a really solid idea. What the $30 of Bitcoin granted to an El Salvadoran is worth today. It's $30 today, but it'll be really interesting to see it 6 months from now and a year from now.
Yeah.
In terms of where it's all going.
Yeah, and especially in their purchasing power, in local purchasing power. I mean, what $30 means to average person in El Salvador, and what like tenfold or 20-fold of that in the future means to people there.
Right. Well, I think part of what's a little bit exciting and so benevolent for me, and we'll see how long these good feelings last, but the fact that we were able to send gifts, really, to so many El Salvadorans who put up their Lightning Strike addresses or their Lightning addresses, and to watch the community respond by just generously giving to people in the country who are worse off than those of us who were giving to them. And it felt great to give. And it's another one of these wonderful things about Bitcoin, that it does bring out the best in a lot of people. And it gives you an opportunity to bring out the best. Because if it weren't for Bitcoin, even if I had these wonderful feelings towards people on El Zonte Beach, I couldn't do anything. I don't have their mailing address. I can mail them a check. I live in Canada. What are they going to do with $5 Canadian? But I could send them Satoshis and they get them right away. And I can see that they got them right away. And it's kind of like a really lovely thing. And I think we were
discussing this before you joined, that the initiatives that have been there with this dentist that you can support through. I actually looked it up. It is I put it in the chat. It is where did I put it? Bitcoinsmiles.org. So you can just make a Lightning donation on that site, and it goes directly to a dentist who helps the underprivileged people in the El Zonte community that don't have money for necessary dental work. And the same goes for someone selling ice cream on the side of the road. I also made a donation, and I also tweeted out that, I mean, this is the first time in history that this is possible, sending just a few cents or a few dollars to someone on the other side of the world in a completely different system, completely different country, and no government, no bank, no regulatory agency, no one could have stopped or prevented this.
It's incredible.
And it happens in a second. That's mind blowing.
And nobody knows about it. Not only could nobody prevent it, nobody even needs to know about it.
Yeah.
So I mean, this was one of the interesting things when I came in and Alex was talking about all the risks to political freedom in El Salvador. It's quite something, though, when you're actually going to have a large, even if it's not a majority of the population, but a significant minority of the population actually carrying around Bitcoin Lightning wallets and figuring out what to do with them. That's a mobilized minority that has freedom in their pocket, and that's pretty powerful. It's a pretty powerful force for good. So yeah, there may be all sorts of mixed things, but I remain really optimistic, and I'm not naive to think, oh, it'll all be only good news forever, nonstop, right? There's going to be hiccups, there's going to be technical glitches, there's going to be maybe some bad events, and there'll be some terrible story about someone getting robbed or hurt or something. But on the whole, the momentum I'm feeling should be really, really positive the whole way through, because it's such a positive thing, right? Are you guys hearing my dog barking? I'm going to go close my door. I'll be right back in just a second.
We are, but it's all right. Alrighty, folks. Let's see how we're doing. I've got my dog here too. He refused to participate in the campaign, but I'll participate for him. How many countries are we at? I think we're up to 11, and I've been hammering people in DMs to get them to participate, because we had 28 people. Well, actually, we had far more than 28 people. I could only fit 28 languages into the video. So we had a lot of countries already covered, but with time zones there, I think some of them haven't woken up yet. But we are going to fill this map with orange. It's going to happen. And if you're tuning in now, we need your help. So please go talk to your friends, your Bitcoiner friends in other countries. Bitcoin is global. I've met so many friends through Bitcoin in other countries. It's actually one of my favorite parts about Bitcoin. So that's part of why I'm so psyched about this campaign. We're going to be having Walton join us in a little bit. Walton, if you're listening, get in here, man. What are you doing? Get away from Stonehenge. Walton heard me talking about taking a photo at Stonehenge, and he actually went and did it. I'll share. Not quite, but you know what? It was good enough. We'll take it. I appreciate the effort. Nice. He's a funny guy, Walton, and a good Bitcoiner. We have someone else joining us in the chat. Not in the chat, in the Zoom. Who is this?
A mystery guest.
Skydivers.
Is this our friend from the Isle of Skye?
It might be. Skydivers, are you with us? Turn your video on. Say something. Oh, maybe not. Maybe Skydiver stepped away.
Oh, could have just been an accidental.
Oh, wait. See some activity? We can't hear you if you're talking. Mic check.
We got a text message from them.
Oh, we're getting a lot more countries coming in, Brecky.
Ooh, are we? About time.
I don't think they've published yet, but let me switch my screen share to.
While you guys are switching, I'm gonna say my adioses. As we say in Jamaica, walk good, be safe.
Go rest up, buddy.
Talk to you guys soon. All right,
Thanks for joining us.
Where are you?
So you're counting up the number of countries?
Yeah, we built this really cool website that basically we're tracking the tweets that come in, and Yorn and Andy and a few of other people on our team basically coded it up so that as we track these tweets, the map will gradually fill in until the entire world is orange, including Antarctica. And if I have to go to Antarctica to to make that part happen, I will do it.
So here's a tweet where Magnum has pointed Senator Warren to the hashtag, which is cool. There's Nigeria. Let's see, which I don't think we had yet.
No, we had Bernard on the show, but he hadn't done his yet. I sent him a message about that too.
Yeah, so there's some stuff going on for some memes. We have Sweden popping in, which I don't think we had yet. Australia. There's another Mexico with some good ones.
And the other cool thing is on the, because at some point we are going to get all the countries.
Spain.
But beyond that, we want to continue the campaign and just show how big a global movement Bitcoin is. So we're going to track how many entries are coming in from each country.
Yes, we are doing that already, actually.
Giving a score, and we'll get a per capita
exactly
chart. It'll be
we
like
want it
back
to be
when the
competitive.
COVID was getting started and everybody was checking which country has how many cases. So we need to see which countries have how many Bitcoiners.
Yeah, exactly.
That are willing to tag in.
But the map is not tickable, right? I can only see a list.
There's a button to the top left. It says see the country list.
Yeah.
And then you can see the numbers and which countries have checked in.
Yeah,
So
okay, but and the colors fill in, but it's not like a clickable map yet, at least.
Not yet. Jorn, if you're listening, build out that hover over feature. We want to see it.
Oh, yeah, that's V2. That's V2. The map is sort of overlaid by the text, so it was not super useful to do that yet.
Yeah.
But
and then when the World Economic Forum and the Financial Action Task Force and all those religions, they say, okay, Bitcoin is outlawed globally, and they just go to this website and find all the Bitcoin.
Well, that was a valid concern that we discussed, but that's why we wanted people to be able to tweet in anonymously. And so if you're a NIM, feel free to participate anonymously.
Yeah, there was
Bitcoin
a little bit
is
of
for
discussion
NIMs.
about that in the Telegram today.
You might say especially NIMs, right?
Exactly. Why is that important? Why is anonymity something that we should value, that we should fight for? Tomer, I feel like you have some great thoughts on this.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately something that I personally did not pursue it in my recent change. I was very pseudonymous in my early Bitcoin career. I'm actually a moderator of r/Bitcoin on Reddit, and you wouldn't know who I was because I'm there under a name.
Excuse me, hold on a second. Well, I guess I was about to ask you to go post this on our Bitcoin, but that would actually give away your that would dox you.
I'm basically doxed already. Like, I'm not trying to conceal my Bitcoininess.
I also more or less doxed my name earlier.
But you were asking why it's important, and for people who are just joining or for people who've been here for a little while, it's important because in many countries you need Bitcoin because you're being persecuted as who you are, and so you need to be able to exist somewhat pseudonymously or anonymously. You need to be able to. So just the most basic thing of Bitcoin is Bitcoin doesn't ask for your name. Or you're making me want to read my article again. Bitcoin doesn't ask for a bank account. Bitcoin doesn't require that you provide government issued ID. All the money that you hold each transaction that you hold can and should be held at a different address, which is a random looking string of numbers that's generated deterministically from the random private key that you generated, and that provides you protection from somebody else knowing information about you. And the part, as wonderful as the internet is, the worst thing that's come about it is we've given up our privacy, and all these companies have all this information about us, and they use it, and they use it in ways that don't necessarily serve our interest. They always say to serve you better, but they always are actually serving their advertisers better or serving themselves better by using information about you to get you to buy more, to be exposed to ads that will earn them more money. And they're not really concerned about your well-being and your welfare, actually, in this. So it's better to be able to have privacy than to surrender it. And that's what pseudonymity and anonymity give you. And it's varying degrees of importance. Like, it's still important if you live in one of these free countries, and you're still a user of all of these centralized platforms that, they change their terms and conditions on you kind of every year. And they say, you have a choice. You can approve and accept the new terms and conditions, or you can stop using the service. Right? It's not like, there's no negotiation about it. And always in those new terms and conditions is they're going to do more with the information that they have about you. They're going to sell it to other parties. They're going to have to surrender it to governments because laws have changed in other countries, not even necessarily the government of the country that you live in, but some other government. So it's very important to be pseudonymous. And if you're someone who's accumulating Bitcoin and you want to keep that a secret, that's very easy. And you don't have to keep your mouth shut. You can create a pseudonymous entity on Twitter. You can create a pseudonymous entity on Reddit. You can create a pseudonymous entity all over the place. You can just be anonymous on other platforms altogether, and you can still speak your mind. And it's a very important part of free speech as well. So we've got free speech and we've got privacy factors involved here, and freedom from persecution. Right? I think that's one of the most important things. There's a lot of persecuted people who are driven, and the persecution just needs to be drive them out of access to the financial system, and they're going to be poor. They're going to have to deal only in cash with only people who use cash, which is increasingly a small set of people. And again, so Bitcoin fixes this on all three of those dimensions.
100%. It's a lot of people don't think about it, but the ability to interact anonymously and to protest anonymously, to speak anonymously, I think is foundational to democracy. Without that, it's a lot of people will say, oh, if you've nothing to hide, then what are you afraid of? But that's not the issue. It's in situations and periods of time when things get out of hand, when governments devolve into become tyrannical, that's when these things are needed, and you have to have that ability. Even if you don't want to be anonymous, you need the ability to do so.
Right. So
Tomer, what do you say to another live read of your article? I think we may have the audience has turned over a few times, and
all right, I say yes. I say yes. So let me find my article. So I've written an article inspired by this campaign and this initiative called Bitcoin is for Everyone, and it's about a 5 or 6 minute read. So let me read it to the audience who are here right now, and curious to hear what you guys think. Bitcoin is for everyone. This is the article. Who is Bitcoin for? Bitcoin is for you. Let's start with the most important person in the world, you. Wonderful, special you. Yes, you. Whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you've done or whatever you haven't, none of that matters. You can use Bitcoin if you want. You are welcome. Bitcoin welcomes you to use it. Just wait until you see all the things you can use it for. But Bitcoin isn't only for you. Bitcoin treats everyone the same. So it's also for anyone else, whoever they are, whatever they've done, whatever they haven't. It doesn't matter. They can use Bitcoin if they want. Bitcoin is for everyone. Each and every one. Every single person. There are absolutely no restrictions on who can use it. Bitcoin doesn't require government identification or that you open an account. You don't need permission from your parents or a university degree. Bitcoin doesn't need to see a note from your doctor or your credit score or proof of where you were born or an invitation code. Nobody needs a license to use it or anyone to vouch for them or anyone else's permission at all. This is partly why Bitcoin is so important. Bitcoin is for everyone, even the people who don't have government ID or parents or a university degree or a doctor or good credit or proof of where they were born or anybody else in this world to vouch for them. So Bitcoin is for people who have wealth, and it's also for the poor. It's for the people who live in the richest countries on earth, and it's also for the people who live in the poorest ones. It's even for the people living where there isn't any functioning country at all. Bitcoin is for people with lots of friends, but it's also for the lonely. It's for those with formal education and for those who have to live by their wits alone. It's for those with nice homes and cars and those with no shoes on their feet. Bitcoin is for everyone. Bitcoin can be used anywhere. There's no place Bitcoin can't be used. Bitcoin itself is not in any one place. It is anywhere its users are. It has no location, no center, no headquarters. Bitcoin can be used by a street food vendor, whether they're in Manhattan or El Salvador. It's for the roadside fruit stand in the Caribbean, in Lebanon, and in Nigeria. It's for the refugees, dissidents, and reluctant immigrants from places like Venezuela, Syria, Argentina, or Hong Kong. People who must leave behind everything else they have to find a new place to live. Bitcoin is for the people who depend on relatives working abroad to send wages back home in countries such as the Philippines, India, China, Egypt, and Mexico. There are so many people all over the world without access to reliable money, without access to a financial system. Bitcoin can be used by every one of them wherever they are. So Bitcoin can be received by any wheat farmer anywhere in the world, from any nearby miller who will grind that wheat into flour and sell it to a local baker who will make it into bread to sell it to a neighboring family who can then be nourished to do what it is that they do, which may be something the wheat farmer may buy from them using the Bitcoin he received for his wheat. Anywhere, everywhere, by anyone, over and over again. Bitcoin can be used for almost anything. Whatever the profession, whatever the activity, Bitcoin can be used for almost anything. Almost. What Bitcoin can't be used for is what makes Bitcoin for everyone. Yes, Bitcoin can be used for everything involved in making bread, or shoes, or factories, or hydroelectric generators. You may then ask, can't Bitcoin also be used for something bad? Well, Bitcoin can be used for alcohol where that is illegal, and cannabis where that is illegal, and guns where those are illegal, and fireworks, books, Bibles, and more where they are illegal. But so can any money. Bitcoin has only been around since the year 2009, and people bought and sold illegal things before we even began counting those years. But remember, Bitcoin treats everyone the same. Bitcoin gives no one any special treatment. This is what makes Bitcoin different from other money. What makes Bitcoin special is that Bitcoin can't be used to help some people get away with something at the expense of others. The very first Bitcoin transaction ever, in the very first block of Bitcoin ever, which will forever remain a part of Bitcoin, has an embedded message inside of it that says, quote, "Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks," close quote. What is the significance of this? What is a bailout? In the case of banks, a bailout is when, despite the fact that a bank has failed, that it has gone bankrupt, that it has lost its money, that this has happened because it has made negligent and irresponsible decisions, despite all this, the bank receives a grant of free money to prevent it facing the consequences of its mistakes, and that its executives, officers, and shareholders will not pay a price for their mistakes. That's a bailout. Now, if this were to happen once and only once, a bank might learn its lesson. You're getting a second chance. Don't be careless or negligent ever again. But when this happens a second time, there's a very different lesson. That lesson is, be as careless as you'd like, because you won't ever have to pay for your mistakes. But you can get to keep the rewards of your risky bets if they do pay off. Who does pay for these mistakes? It isn't nobody. It's everyone else. Everyone. The farmer, the foreign worker, the factory worker, and the teacher. It's even the 6-year-old who will enter the workforce only 20 years later with a debt burden to pay off because the banks got bailed out when she was only a child. When people who take careless risks don't have to pay for them, they stop taking care to not take careless risks. In fact, they are rewarded for taking careless risks. This, sadly, is the world we are living in today. A world where banks lend recklessly, governments spend irresponsibly, and debt mounts exponentially. A world where those who rack up the debt, not in the millions of dollars, not in the billions of dollars, but in the trillions of dollars, do not pay it back. They have no intention of paying it back. They make others pay it back, either directly or through inflation. In some places, this amounts to gradually increasing prices of food, clothing, and more. In many places, it means the later you are born, the less likely you are to be able to afford a house, or the greater financial burden it will be to pay for an education or to afford quality health care. In other places, It means a wheelbarrow full of money cannot buy a loaf of bread. This is the effect of bailouts and policies like them. Bitcoin can be used for almost anything, but it can't be used for bailouts, or for the many schemes like bailouts that go by many other names. And this is what makes Bitcoin truly for everyone. Bitcoin's money cannot be created by government decree. It cannot be printed by central banks. It cannot bail out the failed, reckless banks. It cannot be used to finance the debt of the recklessly spending governments. The supply of Bitcoins cannot be inflated. The rate of issuance cannot be accelerated. No government can enforce a law saying they shall have millions of Bitcoins or that the banks shall have them. And so, thanks to Bitcoin, the family who hold it for the sake of using it to buy bread is protected from the decisions made in some faraway capital city to bail out banks. National currencies are currencies made by those with the power to print money for the people who print that money at the expense of those who work for money. But Bitcoin is money made by unstoppable and unchangeable algorithms to serve everyone equally at nobody else's expense. That is why Bitcoin is for everyone. So while Bitcoin can be used for almost anything, it is what Bitcoin can't be used for that makes it special. It can't be used to force some people to pay for the mistakes of others. It can't be used to create a privileged class of financiers, bankers, and politicians who need not earn their money and who do not face the same consequences as others if they lose it. Bitcoin isn't just for the privileged. Bitcoin is for everyone. Finally, Bitcoin is for any time. Bitcoin lasts forever. Bitcoin doesn't tarnish. It doesn't rust. It doesn't dissolve. It doesn't decay. It doesn't dilute, evaporate, or inflate. It doesn't depend on the existence of any government. It doesn't need to be redeemed for anything else to prove its worth. Its value is that it is for everyone and that it always will be. Bitcoin is forever. You can save your Bitcoin for tomorrow, next week, next year, or until the end of your life, and you can pass it on to whoever you want to when your time comes. We said that Bitcoin is for everyone, and we really mean it. Bitcoin isn't just for you and for everyone else alive on Earth right now. Bitcoin is also for everyone who has not yet been born. Bitcoin is for everyone to come. Whatever the politics of the earth are generations from today, Bitcoin will still be there for whoever wants it. Nations will come and nations will go. Bitcoin does not rely on the continuation of any nation. But math and physics do not change. They stay the same forever. And these, math and physics, are all Bitcoin needs to be around forever. Let us recap then. Bitcoin is for everyone because Bitcoin is for anyone. Bitcoin is for everyone because Bitcoin can't be used to advantage some at the expense of others. Bitcoin is for everyone because Bitcoin is forever. Bitcoin is for everyone. That's it.
1 second, let me unpin you. Actually, we might be back.
Oh, I should go back to my Zoom. Yeah. Here we go. And there's a couple of new faces. There's Walton, who I've met before, but Carl, who I have never met before. Nice to meet you, Carl, and nice to see you, Walton.
Wait, Tomer, I can't figure out how to get you off full screen. Everyone's, oh, there you are.
Okay.
1 second.
I can see other people on Zoom, but you've still got me on the main screen. There we go.
There we go. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Calcasa, representing Ethiopia. Welcome to Walton, who made the trek out to Stonehenge to take that glorious photo. Looks like we're getting some more participation. I'm seeing some tweets for Chile, for Brazil, of course, Ethiopia. So that's exciting. Welcome, everybody. How are you doing? Cal, you were here first, so you get the stage.
And Walton, I see your lips moving, but I don't hear your voice.
What about me? Can you guys hear me well?
Yeah.
Cal, we hear you.
Perfect. I tried to get a few props. So there's some Ethiopian art. There's an Ethiopian shirt.
Right
some
on.
Ethiopian coffee, of course. So I'm good to go. What's going on,
Those
guys?
Ethiopian headphones?
I wish. No, they're probably Chinese, but we'll change that soon.
Now you've got me hankering for some injera. I may have to go. There's a great Ethiopian place here in LA. I may have to go get some today. I think that
Do it. Go visit Little Ethiopia. And yeah, that was for 5 years. I lived in Orange County. They got some good food down there.
Oh yeah. So can you tell us about what's it like being an Ethiopian Bitcoiner? What's the community like over there? How's adoption going among your friends and family and all that?
Adoption is good. So I have been able to onboard about 1,200 people now using Telegram and Lightning invoices and things like that. I'm writing and kind of publishing more, and I'm working with a lot of kind of big Bitcoiners to translate all of the material you guys know, right? The big books and kind of the thesis of why Bitcoin will be the global standard, and translating that into Ethiopian languages. So adoption is good. My story began about a year ago, actually as I left Ethiopia. So I had been living there for the past 8 years, working as an advisor for Grant Thornton. It's like a business advisory shop, and there was a war. Right? They started kind of having protests in the streets, and up in the north there was kind of some situations, and so they shut down the internet. They shut down the electricity was down, and so as I was leaving the country, I wasn't able to take any of my local currency because the banks were closed. I wasn't able to take more than, I think it was $300 because it would be confiscated right there at the airport. I don't really own gold, so that would have caused more confusion. But my Bitcoin survived. So I'm here in the States now. Thankfully I've been doubling down since that realization. But that's kind of been my story. So kind of sharing that with as many Ethiopians, East Africans as possible. Working with Bitcoiners, and Walton will be helping me on an article coming soon, and so yeah, just kind of fitting all the pieces together and getting more adoption in East Africa.
I love it, man. That's so exciting. We've got Flo Montoya also joining us. Welcome, Flo. Flo is a Chilean Bitcoin artist who I have somehow convinced to do the illustrations for a book I wrote. So thank you for joining us, and thank you for going with me on this crazy journey to illustrate a Dr. Seuss style Bitcoin.
No, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to that beautiful project.
Oh, Flo, your headphone jack, I think, is a little, something's going on there.
No. Oh.
Technology. Yeah, yank the jack and you might do better.
There we go. Although I don't know if you can talk. Do you have a mic built in? Yeah. Well, hand signals maybe.
We can read lips.
Stacks, sats.
Where was all this AI I was told about that was going to read our lips and determine who we were, and then
you know that we don't voices. we don't want that, Tomer. So that's
we don't. But now at this exact moment, we need it. So let's give up all of our civil liberties to get it.
The way when you put it that way, no, I'm still not okay with that.
It's not compelling.
Walton, how are you doing, sir? How's jolly old England?
Karen, we still can't hear you, man.
Still can't hear you. Nope,
we cannot hear you.
But we can't hear.
Again, we're reading.
You probably sound something like this, though.
I was going to say.
Hi, I'm Walton. I'm here to advertise PlebNet. And hello.
You got it.
Yes,
it's pretty good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
There we go. Well, hey guys, yeah, it's awesome to be on here. Congratulations to El Salvador. You guys are leading the way. Very proud of you. I hope to visit one day, as soon as I can. Homer, great article. It was nice hearing it read out. I think Stephen Fry should watch out. and Cal. Yeah, the work you're doing is just incredible. So yeah, honored to be here with you guys. I'd like to shout out a number of UK Bitcoiners. Shout out RD, shout out Princey, who was on here earlier. Shout out to Max Bit by Bit. Shout out guy with the fork.
I know guy with a fork. He's a
The
good
names
guy.
and the NIMS, I love them in Bitcoin. I just want to say also, how crazy is it that we're on a live stream now with people from all over the world who all kind of believe in more or less the same mission. We're all pushing Bitcoin and trying to bring it to the masses. It's I hate to be kind of cheesy, but it's pretty cool to be part of something that's bigger than yourself, you know? So thank you all for being on here. Flo, is your audio back in action?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. It's working.
No, I was just saying that I'm really honored to be working with you in your new book. I'm happy to be involved in such a nice project.
Oh, thank you, Flo. Yeah, it's been in the works for a while now, so I'm excited for the world to see it. But that's all we'll say for now. Stay tuned. There's more coming. Flo, what's it like being a Bitcoiner in Chile? How's the community down there these days?
Yes, I was recently in a birthday in a beach house from a friend. People were telling me like, you really own Bitcoin? That it's so early here, I feel. They were saying the most common things, like it's so old technology. I own, I don't know what. And yes, but I feel like we have to be patient. Me as an artist, I feel like giving it like images and other perspectives helps people to understand and to feel closer to Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
100%.
But it's still early.
It's still early. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. One country at a time. One country at a time. Cal, is Ethiopia going to adopt Bitcoin anytime soon? At a federal level?
Probably not. I mean, so I did learn of a group called Project Mono, and they're petitioning the government to mine Bitcoin and keep it on their reserves. Mm-hmm. So they've been, petitioning for years now. I know that the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia did a study on Bitcoin about 4 years ago. And so, yeah, I mean, they're studying it, but, bureaucrats, they're very slow to act. And so, we're probably going to see individuals start buying and holding Bitcoin before the government really, wakes up to this story.
It's hard to, sometimes it's difficult to see what's right in front of you. I don't think we can a lot of people think it's too good to be true, and it just takes time. So
yeah. No, and I think El Salvador is a good example for countries like us. So as there's like competition between Nigeria and Kenya, and I was talking with a guy from Sudan today, Mo Sudan Huddle on Twitter. So as more countries adopt, then some countries are going to feel FOMO, right? So they're going to go through their learning process. They might discover shitcoins in the middle. So everybody will have their own kind of learning journey. Ethiopia is probably also a bit far from adopting on a federal level, but the people understand it very well because our currency has been going to shit continuously over the past 50 years, right? So since we adopted communism in 1974, we've had troubles in our economy, and then in 1991 we kind of removed the communists and kind of adopting a more socialist-led government. They too spend more than they make, so they've been kind of going continually into debt. And over the past 8 years since I've lived there, $1 used to buy me 20 Ethiopian birr, or I'm sorry, vice versa. It would take 20 birr to buy $1. Today, the exchange rate on the black market is around 60. So it just shows you how you know, how debased we are. And so, yeah, Bitcoin is a very easy solution for us to adopt.
I just have to point out, I know you know this, but when I discovered that the currency was called the birr, that was just, it's hilarious.
I know Ethiopia is really like, it's managed to have the $1 trillion bill. It's now got a money called birr, and then it shares a 3-letter acronym or a 3-letter abbreviation with other garbage money that pretends to be sound. So it's really kind of this this focusing point.
Yeah. We've kind of, and you know, Jack Dorsey's always kind of tweeting, and he came right before COVID, I think early 2020 or late 2019, he had come out to Ethiopia, and kind of one of his and I love him for not meeting with any members of the government. He didn't meet with the president, the prime minister, no ministers or anything like that. He met with like entrepreneurs, people at like different startup communities and students. And yeah, like one of the things he was talking about was, you know, how can social media work for countries and not really destroy countries as they have been. And then, of course, kind of like an open source, decentralized money, which is Bitcoin. And to see him kind of double down on all of his efforts over the past, you know, year or two, I think is an amazing thing. So for whatever reason, Ethiopia has been really lucky to get great attention and like media spotlight. So, you know, hopefully we use that to our advantage and really learn and capitalize on the time.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. We'll see.
Hopefully. I mean, and that's the thing with like decentralized stuff, right? You can't really guess where it'll go. There's no like CEO that we can look up to. There's, you know, it's just kind. It's I was watching that documentary on Netflix. It's called like the mycelium something, right? And it's about mushrooms and how you know, the networks grow to become the largest organisms ever, you know, but you can't really guess where they'll die off, where they'll fruit, where the spores will land. So it's just kind of like you just try to push as much positive energy and Bitcoin learning as possible, and I think everything will come to a good end or kind of go towards good directions.
Right. Yeah. Where else is it going to go? Bitcoin is it's only run by people who want it, and it doesn't. And as I was saying in my article, it treats everyone the same. Not that everyone has the same amount of it, but everyone has the same rights. And so, acting in our own interest, we're all benefiting one another. We're all reinforcing each other's property rights by running nodes, by respecting the rules, by not attacking the system, by defending the system. And it ends up being something that really undermines any attempts at governments helping themselves to our property, or any of these movements that try to equalize everything after the fact, after the effort, and redistribute wealth. So it really is an incredible invention, and it does so in this incredibly unpredictable way, like mycelium, as you were saying, and just flowing to wherever it's safe for it to be, which is everywhere that it's safe for it to be. It's safe for there to be a node in my basement, in yours, and Walton, I have a feeling, has like 6 nodes, or at least one. I'd be pretty shocked if he had none. And so there's many all over the world, right? And they're all unstoppable. And if something terrible happens in one geographic region that stops a bunch of them from running, which hasn't really happened yet, but if it does, it's no big deal, because the plant survives, and it can regrow there after the offending or resisting thing is done. So it is, it's kind of like if you have a fungal infection in your backyard or something, and you try to put fungicide down, it might last for a little while, but you haven't killed off the whole plant, which goes into your neighbor's yard and it actually is like bigger than the whole city. And then when you stop with a fungicide, it grows right back. And that's very much similar to what Bitcoin does, as I think Brandon Quittem has written quite articulately about in a few articles.
Sorry,
Absolutely.
Just thinking, just the word fungicide in this whole conversation just made me laugh for some reason. I don't know why.
Right. Well, nobody's invented a fungicide for Bitcoin yet.
Yeah, there it is. Like, bringing it full circle.
Nothing. Yeah, there's nothing there. They haven't invented anything. Although they have reported that they've killed it many times, and so that makes it the most resurrected thing in history.
Yeah.
The thing whose death has been most greatly exaggerated in history.
All right, let's move on from fungicide a little bit. Flo,
take us someplace good.
Yeah, can you can you talk a little bit about why you make art about Bitcoin? Like, how did you even get started doing this?
Okay, yes, for me, I first found out about Bitcoin because of my family. My brother is a software engineer. My father works for a European company. So for him was always a problem to bring the money back here to Chile because he got paid in euros. And banks used to keep a lot of that money in the process of bringing that, of converting that to Chilean pesos. So he started using Bitcoin to using it first. And then we started learning. I come from a family that really likes to study and learn and read. And they started to tell us this is really interesting. You should pay attention. This is different. This is not just anything. And I was always like, computers don't like me. This is not for me. I'm never gonna understand any of this. After they obsessively talk about it, it started to. I really started to understand, and I understand that I didn't need to know to code. I was obsessed about the philosophy behind everything. And when COVID started, I was left without a job, or I had a lot of time. I said this is the time for me to produce my art, and that's when I started to it made a connection for me. It was like, you can't make art about anything that you're not obsessed. I feel like I was like, this is my obsession right now. I'll just start, and my first drawings were really, really simple. I was obsessed with the addresses. I'm a bit because I felt like it was the tangible connection. Like you can read it, you can touch it, you can see it, you can write it down, and it means so much more. That was the start point. And yes, then the obsession never ended. So I just keep drawing and drawing. But yeah, that's kind of.
I love that. It definitely takes a special kind of obsession to do anything art related, and when you care about something is when I think, the best art kind of comes out. There's people who, I went to film school, and a lot of people kind of believe you have to be this sort of tortured artist to produce anything. And I totally disagree with that. I think you just have to be an inspired artist. That's where it really comes. And finding that inspiration can be difficult, but when you fall down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, I think it's hard not to find some inspiration down there. So Javier, bienvenido, hermano. ¿Cómo está? How are you doing?
Buenas. Aquí hay que hablar en inglés. Here we have to talk in English.
I like to confuse people. I mean, if you want, you can we can dive into Spanish a little bit. You've had a busy day. You've been on and off shows. Tell us about it, and how are you doing, man? Maybe you can share a bit about Satoshi in Venezuela too.
Yes, since today El Salvador is having Bitcoin as legal tender, we have been doing 24 hours Twitter space with Bitcoiners around the world. That is happening now. I have to host it in an hour and 30 since now. I will be there talking with Salvadorans and Venezuelans. And we are having a crypto event that is I'm working covering the event, so
Mhm.
it's a busy and really active day today, and it is really great to see how Bitcoiners are trying to connect, trying to feel this historic moment. But even when you could have your observations on how this adoption is going on in El Salvador, it is an historic moment from Bitcoin. Like, it started with Satoshi and Hal, and now we are having an state buying Bitcoin. Like, the president of a country is buying like a pleb, stacking is easy 200 Bitcoins each buy. So it is really uh, incredible to see these things happen. And also with Satoshi in Venezuela, as we are Spanish speakers, our community is mainly from Spanish speakers. We're trying to connect with Salvadorans, also with others Venezuelans that already know about Bitcoin, that could help people to onboard, to solve their doubts. Since Salvadorans have this way to download an app and receive some sats, they have plenty of questions. So the key idea of to share education and knowledge about Bitcoin includes to answer those so easy questions that we already know, but they are starting to learn about how to use these, and we have to be there to help them. Like this kind of meetings that we are having here, this activity that I mentioned in Twitter Spaces, are because we are here to help. We are not Salvadorans, but we feel like as Bitcoiners, we have this kind of mission to help these guys to don't get wrecked with cheat coins, nor get wrecked with Bitcoin price, to take it cool, if even with the price crashing today, like people receiving their very first sats and then see them going down. Why my sats are going down? I can explain that. Well, be there to answer them, to say, hey man, we're holding since 2017, so you can hold a few months too.
It's yeah, man. Something like you just said just really, resonates with me, and I think with a lot of people that, we may not be. I'm not Salvadorian, but we're Bitcoiners, right? Like that's why we do what we do, and we just want to educate and help people and do what we can, because especially with El Salvador, like how often does a chance like this come around? This is it. This is the first time. We need to hit it big. So, whatever we can do to help, we've got to do it. So, man, kudos to you and the Spanish speaking community that's helping out. It's really something special. And when you go do your when you host that live stream, you got to help them, encourage them to join the Bitcoins for Everyone campaign. And for anyone watching who's just tuning in, go out and tweet a hashtag Bitcoin is for everyone, and hashtag the name of your country, and send out a selfie or just a photo showcasing your country, so we can show just how global this is. I think we actually just got a whole bunch of countries come in. Let me try to bring that up. Give me just 1 second and I'll share my screen. I think we're up to 20 countries now. 1 second.
Bitcoin connecting countries around the world.
Exactly. All right, let's see what countries we're at. Let's bring up the list.
While you're counting up, I'm going to have to go. So I just wanted to say it was really nice to see you all. It was nice to meet you all. It was a pleasure being here. Those of you who I met in private chat as well. And I look forward to seeing you around as Bitcoiners all over the world. Take care.
Definitely. Thank you, Tomer.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So we may be coming towards the end of the stream, but let's see where we're at. We've got Ethiopia, Sudan, Nigeria, Mexico, the US, Uruguay, Venezuela, Jamaica, Turkey, Switzerland, Poland. Ooh, we got Poland, Sweden, Norway, Greece, Portugal, Spain, the Netherlands, UK, France, and Australia. Oh, I love to see that. This map is filling in, but we're not quite there yet. We've got some more countries that we need to hit. So if you're out there, you're watching, you know someone in one of these countries, please ask them to participate in the campaign. It's a lot of fun. And if you go to the website as well, just swanbitcoin.com/Bitcoin is for everyone. We can see, oh, we got a duplicate. We got to fix that. But you can see all the selfies of the people participating. It's going to be a lot of fun to kind of see where everyone, oh, there's Cal, is coming in from. So check it out. And we are going to fill that map with orange. All right, folks. Let me check in with Brady real quick. It looks like we've also got, oh, someone just tweeted out from Algeria. So Africa's filling up. Africa's representing, I got to say. Asia, not so much. Okay. If you're out there and you're in Asia, we need your help. We just need one person from China, really. And then a big chunk of that map turns orange. So it's a big country.
Yeah, we need to break into Asia. I think we're going to need to get some translators in on this game. And it's going to be, we're in this for the long haul. We're going to turn this thing orange. I know the Bitcoiners are out there. We just got to get to them, find them.
It's a busy day. Everyone's focused on El Salvador. So this is just the start of the campaign. We're definitely going to keep it going. Walton, did you had something to say? You were muted again, I think. Walton, are you there? Can't hear you. I can't hear you, my friend. No, can't hear you still.
It's those damn AirPods.
His mic is muted now. Maybe
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I can hear you now.
Yeah,
yes.
He had to run the right command line option there.
He's running his connection to Zoom through his Bitcoin node. It's all going through Lightning.
I got inspired to make a meme at some point during this call. Yeah, had to be done.
Like CD
I believe you might have seen it,
Walton / activate mic run program.
Oh man.
Well, it's a big day for Bitcoin, everyone. It's going to go down the history books. Massive $10,000 red candle. Massive news that countries adopting Bitcoin and making it legal tender. Seems about right. Sounds about right for Bitcoin lands.
Brecky, what I was going to say before was I'm going to reach out to a couple of Bitcoiners I know in Asia and see if they can jump on.
There you go.
We haven't had Thailand yet, right?
We don't have Thailand yet. That would be great.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to recruiting game.
I've got some Indian friends. I'm going to get them on the bandwagon. So that's what we need people to do, though. It's like a torch. It's like the lightning torch. You've got to tag some friends in other countries, get them to do it. They can find someone in another country. Well, this is not a bad start. I'll take 20 countries on the first day. Take it.
We had a website issue where it wasn't updating properly, so it looked like nobody was participating, or it looked like no more tweets were coming in. But then we fixed it, and now the countries are coming in. So
there you go.
We just got Algeria. Walton, your meme is distracting me.
Sometimes puns just come to you, and you have to do something with it. And finally, memes are really an output that works well for them.
It's true.
I would agree. Javier,
the highest artistic expression of them.
Javi, tell us about this thing you're hosting later.
Okay,
it's certainly the one that can be done highest, Brady.
Fair.
We have this group of global Bitcoiners that have been doing sats giveaways in Twitter Space, focused in different countries, especially in Latin American countries. So they have this group of people that already did these spaces, and they had this idea of maybe we can celebrate the Bitcoin Day, the day that the Bitcoin law starts, doing 24 hours continued Twitter space if the Twitter space didn't bug. Because it is buggy as fuck. But the key idea is to talk about each country where they are, and also trying to have some Salvadorans through the day talking about how it's how things are looking there, and how the experience using Chivo wallet is going, and also to know how the Bitcoin experience is in each of our countries. So it's kind of the same idea of Bitcoin is for everyone, but in audio mode only. And they have this other idea of to share some sats with the guys that want to get some in the spaces, to then share with other people in other spaces in other days. So the idea is to replicate the same first idea of the Twitter space, to do giveaways, but this day taking the hype of El Salvador and talking about each country around the world. So it is a really good project, and I'm really happy to be part of this. I will be hosting the 6 p.m. El Salvador time, that is Easter time, minus 2 hours, something like that. Like the idea is to talk about Venezuela, to talk about the experience that we already have with Bitcoin and its adoption, and see how we can help. Because the idea in all this is to see how we can help Salvadorans that they are exposed to Bitcoin, and how they can take advantage of it. So even when we are going to talk about Venezuela, the focus will be they, like, well, how we can Venezuelans told the Salvadoran things that are useful to us, even in the context of the destruction of our economy, that could be helpful to any Bitcoiner in any place, but especially in El Salvador. So that's it. The Bitcoin, the global Bitcoin fest.
I love that. I think I'm definitely going to try to hop in to that later on today. That'll be great. And we should probably do a Twitter Spaces for Bitcoin is for everyone in a day or so, once the El Salvador news has calmed down just a little bit and people have kind of taken stock of how things are going. Although I am excited to see how El Salvador progresses. So I don't think they'll be out of the news anytime soon.
No, now we get to watch how it rolls out. And let's just hope Bukele doesn't go ham and, make us all look bad.
Don't screw it up, Naib. All right. If you're listening, don't screw it up. We're counting on you.
For real.
Follow the prophecy.
Thank you, Stegosaurus.
Yep.
I think you mean yellow.
Yellow.
The yellow.
That's where I first saw it. But yeah. Anyway. All right. Well, I'm gonna bounce. I think we can wrap this up. That was a good run there, Brecky.
I think we're getting to the point where I don't even know what I'm saying anymore, and that means
4 hours.
We should probably end the stream.
It's a 4-hour session.
Yep. We'll do a 24-hour one. We'll work our way up.
It's like running a marathon.
Yeah. Well, all right, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. It's been a heck of a live stream. This campaign is just getting started, and we're super excited about it. So please go out there, share it with your friends, your family. Go celebrate El Salvador. Go pour yourself some Salvadorian rum. That's what I'm going to do. And I think that's it. Brady, anything else to add?
And go to kycjelly.com.
Yes,
That's
yes.
kycjelly.com. if you want to run your own Lightning node or would like to know more about it, that's the place to go. That's kycjelly.com.
You think he's joking, but that's actually the domain. If you feel dirty using that domain, you can just go to plebnet.org. It's the same exact thing. Join Plebnet, run a node, hit up me or Walton. You're more than welcome to do so. But Bitcoin is for everyone. So please share the campaign. Check out the website if you haven't yet. Check out the tweets and share your own story. We'd love to hear from you. And if you're out there in the world and you feel like you're alone because you're the only Bitcoiner in your country, you're not alone. There's an entire world full of Bitcoiners, and we're going to turn the world orange. So to everyone who came on the show, to Cal, to Flo, to Walton, to Javier, to all of our other guests from earlier today, big thank you to you, and to everyone watching and tuning in. Thank you as well. Brady, am I forgetting anything?
I don't think so. I think we're good. Go and watch Brecky's video too. This video is super moving.
Yeah. Well, we can we'll close out
with it.
Without.
Yeah, let's finish with it. All right, cool.
All right, everybody. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bitcoin is for everyone.
Bitcoin es para todos.
Bitcoin este pentru toată lumea.
El Bitcoin لكل الناس.
Bitcoin सबके लिए है.
Το Bitcoin είναι για όλους.
Bitcoin herkes içindir.
비트코인은 모두를 위한 것입니다.
Bitcoin جمع المهم.
Bitcoin är por tout le monde.
Bitcoin واسه همه ما هست.
Bitcoin gbogbo ayé ló wà fún.
比特币适合所有人。
Bitcoin ist für jedermann.
Bitcoin é para todos.
Bitcoin לכולם.
Bitcoin for wangu muntu.
Bitcoin सगळ्यांसाठी आहे.
Bitcoin 係俾所有人。
Bitcoin is para todos.
Bitcoin よ全ての人に。
Bitcoin is za swakoga.
Ang Bitcoin ay para sa lahat.
Bitcoin सबके लिए.
Bitcoin è per tutti.
Bitcoin всегда.
Bitcoin это для всех.
Bitcoin hunbur зарёшепцем.
Bitcoin for Allah.
It doesn't matter where you're from. Bitcoin is for everyone. Join the campaign to meet a Bitcoiner in every country. Simply tweet a selfie showcasing your country and include a hashtag with the name of your country and hashtag Bitcoin is for everyone.